want to know what it is. The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes.
Good day. How's everyone doing? Put my earphones on. There we go. How's everyone doing? Good day to you. And what a beautiful day it is. So, do you know one thing I haven't got? It's coffee. It's gone. I drank it. It took longer than I thought to get ready. So I've got to put another pot of coffee on. But let's have a listen to this.
Here's a silly question I bet you haven't thought about. Who owns your body? Who owns your body? Silly question, isn't it? Of course, it's you, isn't it? Or is it? I mean, have a look at cows, for example. Lovely field of Frisian cows, for example. Lovely, lovely cows. Do they own their bodies? Not if they're on a farm, they don't. You don't see many free-ranged cows just wandering around doing their own thing, having their own habitat. All cows, seems to me, certainly in this country, are all owned by somebody. Their bodies clearly owned by somebody because, well, they have all sorts of interference, don't they? If you're on a farm, you probably give them a vaccine to stop them from getting all sorts of bits and pieces and diseases. And if they get ill, a few antibodies are injected into them. And some cows, of course, in order to help them, are artificially inseminated so they can get pregnant, even though they have not given consent or wanted to be pregnant. But that's cows. We're not cows, are we? We're human beings. We have a higher intelligence. We can communicate with one another. We have a sentient feeling about ourselves, and we can predict the future and do things and all of that. But then, hang on a minute, there used to be slaves, and in parts of the world there still are people enslaved. So who owns their bodies? Not them, not if they're enslaved. Nobody wants to be enslaved. And I thought, you know, in history, long time ago, I thought, hang on a minute, haven't we got rid of the slaving business? We had the Navy going around making sure that other people weren't doing it. Seems that that's sort of stopped. But of course, we know that there are people in sweatshops and earning a pittance, and basically their bodies are being owned by somebody else. But in this country, at the moment in time, we have a certain sovereignty, the ability to have ownership of our own body and autonomy to be able to do whatever we like. Of course, we're constrained by what government's legal limits are. We're not really supposed to speed on the roads, are we? We can, only we have to suffer the consequences. Naturally, you get a ticket, or we can't really park wherever we like, although we can. But again, we have to suffer the consequences. So we have a bunch of rules, and some of them are unfair and some of them are completely unnecessary. But we understand that that's how we have to live by them. But what if there were, I don't know, let's say megalomaniacs, let's say psychopaths, let's say a body of people who thought, they wanted to actually own our sovereignty, not just the nation's sovereignty and everything that we do and tell us how to respond to, I don't know, let's say a pandemic coming down in the future, and be able to say, look, this world government is going to tell you exactly how you should live, and will tell you also the sort of medications that you should be having. But these people, these megalomaniacs, these psychopaths, not only want to have the nation's sovereignty, they want to have sovereignty over you and me and our bodies, and be able to inject into us or give us all sorts of medical interventions that we would ordinarily possibly say, actually, do you know what? I'd rather not have that. I'd rather work it out for myself and decide with informed consent. Well, it does seem that the nation's sovereignty is about to be sold off. Amazingly, that the government, who are there to serve us, have decided, no, this is quite a good idea. The WEF and the World Health Organization have got these great ideas that they want to have one single world government in which they can dominate every nation and tell everybody what they are going to have to do. And so these treaties have been drafted which will give over our sovereignty, but not just the sovereignty of the country, our individual rights for our own bodies. Now, just think about that for a moment. And I don't want to scare people, because I don't want to be doing the work of these rather nasty people who are doing that, because their process is to scare people. You saw how the pandemic worked out. We were told there was a virus. The mainstream media went absolutely barking mad, pushing the frightening message. And then they came up with a solution. Don't worry, there's this vaccine. Yes, it'll be all right. Don't use anything else, which is cheaper and easier and quick to use. Wait for this magic cure. And then actually, as we've seen, a lot of people seem to have been harmed by the magic cure. Many of them have died. Many of them have had sudden, unexpected falls to the ground, shall we say. And there's a lot of people in severe difficulty. Now, I know this personally because people are emailing me all the time and telling me that just a few days after having the you know what, then they've collapsed down. It's all part of the fear mongering. They want you to be frightened. And so we must rebut this. We must rebut it and say, I don't want to be frightened by this. And there
There's a
are
link
things
in the
we can
chat.
do. For
I'm
example, we
hoping someone's going
can,
to join
and
me.
it does need a lot of us to do this, email our MPs. Now, I know how useless MPs are. I know that they just answer back with their simple sort of, oh, there's nothing to worry about. It's all safe and effective. Because people have been telling me that in response to one of my videos a month or so ago, where I suggested maybe people should email their MPs, that they got these standard letters back, safe and effective, safe and nothing to see, move on, nothing to worry about. However, as more and more people do this, then there is this sort of worry, because what will eventually happen is, of course, all these MPs themselves will be swept away. If there's a big world government, what the MPs don't seem to realise, and this is actually the funny bit, is they won't have a job. They won't be needed anymore, because the big world government, the WHO and the WEF and Mr. Klaus Schwab, you know, the James Bond villain, he just needs a cat, doesn't he? They will be the ones giving the orders, and actually Parliament will just be there as a bit of a show and make out, well, it sort of is, isn't it, these days? It is a bit of a show, because let's face it, you have one party and another party, and they're both pretty much saying the same thing. You don't actually see any opposition to anything going on in the Parliament, so there's pretty much just a show. It's just there, a bit of theatre. So the more we tell the MPs that, actually, do you know what? I don't want our sovereignty sold off. I don't want the autonomy of my body disappearing. It should not happen. And we refuse, we rebut the principle that you could sell our sovereignty in a treaty to the World Health Organization. And now we need to get loads and loads of people to do this, because if ones and twos aren't going to make any difference, and the MPs have to realize that they will be swept away easy as pie. And they probably don't want that to happen. So it's actually in their interest to pay attention. Yes. So we can do something about it. You see, the whole system, this sort of is worked on a bit like the legal profession. You see, the legal profession work on 12 presumptions. They presume things, and unless you actually rebut them and say no, they assume that you have consented. Now, you may not know this, but this is how this
I
system
don't know, mate.
works. It's a very
I could end up being
strange
on for
system,
5
and it's the
hours.
same
I
with the
don't know. See how
WHO.
it
And
goes.
they want to have our treaty, so the treaties sign that they have our sovereignty, so that we then become enslaved. Now, nobody wants that, so we have to rebut it and say, actually, no, thank you. Email to the MP and say, no, we do not give you our consent. If we don't do that, they'll assume that we have. So we do not give you consent. Send an email to your MP, send an email to the Prime Minister, send an email to anybody in the cabinet. Keep talking, telling people about it, because we can actually get something done and we can refute this. But we actually have to refute it. We have to rebut it. We have to say no. Just sitting thinking, nah, it's not going to happen, is no good. Now, I'm going to put in the description just below a link where you can have a read yourselves to see what's going on. Don't be frightened. They want you to be scared. They want you to be contained in, say, something like 6 meters of space in a 15-minute lockdown city. They're obviously going to be getting rid of cars. There'll be some sort of light rail, but they want you to be contained. And of course, they want you to take something so that they can depopulate the planet from the 8 billion wonderful people that live here and are enjoying life to about 500 million, which, if you think about that, that's quite a small amount, kept away from the countryside, kept away from the beauty, kept away from the marvelous aesthetics and enjoyment of the world. That's what they want. But we can just say no, but we have to rebut it. So that's the task ahead of us. Anyway, I'll leave it in the description. Have a read if you so wish, and I will see you on another video, I'm sure, very soon.
I'll just get the link. There's the link. Our mission: worldwide exit the WHO and the UN. The declaration of the pandemic ushered in a level of assault on our freedoms that has never before been seen in the modern world. Overt attacks on the ability to speak openly, associate freely, and on bodily autonomy have been incessant and oppressive. Violations of the Nuremberg Code have run rampant through coercion, propaganda, and the sowing of dissent among the free people. At the forefront of these assaults are government officials, their highly paid medical representatives, and the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization is now preparing to destroy individual and national sovereignties and establish itself as a global medical dictatorship. We are committed to ending their power grab by compelling our governments to immediately leave the WHO. We are many and they are few, and there is strength in numbers. Citizens of all nations, please join with us in the fight for our lives. Globalists only think they are in control. I'm not going to play the video. But this man here, Director General Tedros, is a terrorist. He was part of a terrorist organization, declared a terrorist organization, and now he's leader of the WHO. So And what Richard was saying about assumptions, they make a lot of, there's these 12 assumptions that are made. I think one of the biggest assumptions that's made is that you're either dead or lost at sea. I'm not going to shut up about it until people really do start looking into it for themselves, because that's the only way you can do it. You have to look into it yourself. That's the whole point of it. You're showing that you are alive and that you're intelligent. You're not an idiot, because idiots find out what's going on and then don't do anything about it. That's what an idiot does. An idiot will just sit there and go, "Oh, is that right? Okay, I'm just going to carry on with my day the way I was going to carry on anyway." That's an idiot. I don't want to be an idiot. TW, good day to you. How you doing? Brian Evans, one love, mate. Just JP, Cosmic Lisa. Caucasian Sasquatch and Callum. Do you need me to put the link in again? I'm just going to go and check my milk, what is on the hob. I want to talk about this, man. Hold on, Kalaha. How you doing, man? My coffee's just going to take a little bit longer because somebody was already using the hob when I went in there. So we can't... The way the electrics work in my place, if you have one hob on full, you can only put a small hob on medium, like no higher than sort of 6 or 7. And you can't have anything else on, like washing machine or anything like that, because it just trips all the power. So Raquel was cooking lunch for her and her daughter and using the big hob on full, so I could only heat the milk. So I heated the milk, and now she's done with the hob, so now I can percolate my coffee. Right. Come on. Who's coming on? Callum. I guess my coffee isn't quite ready yet. So by the time my coffee's ready, hopefully I'm going to have a couple of smart, intelligent people here to discuss this. Ross, why don't you come on, man? Cosmic Lisa, you could come on. We don't often get the fairer sex represented on my channel. Like with Roxanne's not about, she's not able to. If she could be here, she'd be here. That was the reflective piano. Should we have some busy minds? Let's have busy minds. Listen, the coffee gives you the energy that you need to prepare the food for the children. So just think of it like that. You need to, if you don't take care of yourself, how can you take care of others? You have to take care of yourself first. Teach the children to make coffee. That's what my mum did, see. That's what my mum did. It wasn't coffee, it was tea. But I think I was, let me think, we lived in a bungalow. So I was 6 years old. 6, 7. Yeah, 6, 7 years old, making coffee, making tea for my mum. And I remember as well, I bloody remember this, right? And listen, don't get this twisted, because I'm not, I'm not criticizing my mum for this. I actually appreciate her for this, right? So I remember pouring boiling hot water all over my hand because I wasn't paying attention. And it's quite bad. My hand blistered up and everything. But it taught me that I needed to pay attention to what I was bloody doing. You know, pouring boiling hot water into a mug and holding the mug at the same time. It wasn't very smart. Now, when you're older, maybe, you know, the reason my hand wavered and I poured hot water was because the kettle was a bit heavy for my little 7-year-old arm or whatever. But whatever, it still taught me a lesson. That it's an important lesson. Pay attention when you're doing things that are potentially dangerous. Because if you don't, you're going to bloody hurt yourself. Right, we're just going to, what we're going to have right now is some spacey, just while I run and grab the coffee, because it should be ready now. And hopefully Callum will be here, and maybe Ross, I don't know, and some, you know, anybody's welcome. The link's there. Okay. What? There's nobody here yet. Da, da. So the guy that was talking, that was Richard Vobes. If you've got any, if there's anyone that you think would listen to Richard, maybe he wouldn't share any of my stuff, but maybe he'd share Richard. You could share Richard's video, his channel. He seems like a very respectable, very dapper, well-spoken, articulate, thoughtful. I'm having to pop in and out, so cannot speak today, but will comment when I can with points of interest another day, though. Cool. All right, Lisa, no worries. Leafy, what are you doing, son? What are you doing there, lad? What are you doing? What are you up to? Are you working? Or could you jump on? Have a chat with me and Callum when he arrives. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. I still need to find, right? I still need to find sort of good opportunities to play. The different sound effects that I've got. Do you like that? Yes, nice one, Lee. Good, mate. Thank you very much. I'll give you 10 minutes, dude. This is just basically a further. I think I'm not going to stop. I don't want to stop talking about actually doing something. Actually, things that we can actually do that are actually going to help us. We know the game that they play. We know the way they play it. We know that as soon as we try to play the game, we know that as soon as we try to once we start, using the rules to our benefit, they work tirelessly to find different ways to further trick us into entering into contract with them. The topic, TW, is getting out of this system, getting being in a position where ultimately they can't touch us because we put ourselves on a level playing field. If we're on a level playing field with them, there's nothing they can do except what they do, which is cheat and lie and coerce, manipulate, deceive. I know. I see. I know where you. I get where you're coming from. I sort of agree. Like it's like how part of the problem is allowing them to exist, but that's the whole point. Right? We have to find balance. Balance doesn't mean wiping out the other side. It also doesn't mean that the other side has to have any power. Actually, nobody on either side should have any power, over the other side. No one side should have power over the other side. That's not how this realm works. That's not how it's meant to work. That's not how we operate. They've tried to make us operate like that, and look at where we are. The whole point of us, the whole point of being living men and women, is that we're custodians of this realm. We're custodians of everything that goes on here. And it means that we're custodians of the dumb little fucks that haven't switched their brains on yet, because they are essentially cattle. They are essentially... I can understand where some of these people are coming from when they say they're useless eaters, because at the moment, that's exactly what they are. At the moment, because that's what they've been programmed to be. They've not been... There's more useless eaters than there needs to be, because actually there's far more people would have far more people would be thinking critically and making smarter decisions based on the well-being of the community rather than just themselves, because they'd recognize that they need the community. But everybody has been so programmed and dumbed down that they think that the only people that they can turn to is the state. And what do we think about the state? Exactly. I need some peace. I need to feel peace. Hang on. I feel calm now. There we go. I'm starting to feel a bit stressed out and angry, and now I feel nice and calm. It's very effective. I'm still waiting for guests. Callum, I know he's there somewhere. Making his coffee. Yeah, I'll put my camera on in it. There you go. I'm here. Every day they're allowed to breathe. Untold babies perish and children abused. Yeah. But the whole point, I know, is being able to say what you've got to do is rise above the emotions that are triggered inside you because of it, the anger and because of the injustice of it. You have to be able to rise above that and say, listen, bad people exist, and they're always going to. They will always exist. The problem is we've allowed them to run the show. We've given them control. And the way that's happened is through laziness, really, that's been kind of programmed into us. Complacency. We hand over our trust. We've handed over our trust to the institutions. We've handed over our trust, even though we know they can't be trusted. People hand over the running of their country and their nation to untrustworthy people. Because, oh God, yeah, I know, but I wouldn't want to run the country, would you? No, he wants to do it, let him do it. Because your average Joe, doesn't want to run the fucking country, do they? Decent people don't want to control everybody. They just want everything to work. Sasquatch. Are you going to be Bane? Have you got the face mask to be Bane? My world. I can't do a Bane, actually. I don't know what Bane sounds like. And Mad Max, like you want a Mad Max. You want a Mad Max situation. I think a Mad Max situation is going to happen. Right? I do think it's the ultimate destiny because it's been programmed into the subconscious of so many people. But if you're Bane, I'm Mad fucking Max, mate. I don't want to be Bane. I want to be Mad Max. And I wouldn't want to be a warlord. Because exerting your will over all those people and getting pissed off and punishing them when they don't do what you tell them to do, what a fucking ball ache. What an absolute ball ache. I'd rather just if that's how it's going to be for a bit, I'd rather just be the lone gunman, and I'll find refuge where I can. In America, you are most likely to have a Mad Max situation. That's the thing in America. And also potentially Australia as well. Unfortunately, Europe's been compromised for too long. Europe's been completely under the heel for too long. Europe was where the first reset to completely steal our perception and everything. Now, I know you're not Sasquatch. I know you're not, mate. I'm only teasing you. I think you make quite a good warlord. But I don't see you as a warlord, though. I see you more of a... I'm trying to think of a character from a recent, like The Last of Us type computer game that I've watched. Patrick's asking for the link. Here you go, mate. That's not the link. That is the link to the video. Right, hang on. Copy. There you go, sir. I keep my anger and love in equilibrium. I've been very angry about the world since 14. Without both, I would be a dead man. We must present the final ultimatum to them, all tyrants and traitors. Yeah, it's keeping your don't get rid of your anger, man. Or I don't know. I think it's impossible for us to get rid of our anger. That's the thing. I think it's impossible. Right, here he is. Here he is. The man himself. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna do this right. Yeah, it's too difficult without two screens. I need two screens
Hey,
to
Richie,
be able
what's
to do
up?
that because I have to Alt Tab between the key part, the key map, and then the thing. But then coming back to the screen, I then have to click the screen again to say yes, I really do want this screen, and then it's a pain in the ass. How you doing, mate? You all right there? Can't hear you. Can't hear.
No, I
Oh, there you are. There you are. Let's swap this over.
can you hear me now? Mic check.
Mic check. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right.
It's not a very clear picture. Can you move that camera a little bit?
I think I'm gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right. No worries. No worries.
Sorry, dude.
That's okay. No problem, man. I'd rather you reboot and come back and it be working better because there's a lag. It's not a very clear pic, so that'd be cool if you reboot.
It's been on too long.
Yeah,
It's
mine
lag.
too, dude. Mine too. I've got a fucking iMac. If I don't switch it off, and if I don't do the CC cleaner, get rid of all the junk, all the cache and everything, delete the cache, delete all the delete 1.2 gigabytes of cache and that. If I don't do that, exactly the same thing happens with mine. Arthur FE, how you doing, mate? Alva Billy, good to see you. Have you heard about Turkey refusing NATO missiles pre-Quake and then refusing a second time pre-second Quake? I didn't hear about that, Lisa. Doesn't surprise me. I don't think that that whole thing, I mean, it still kind of annoys me a little bit that people just say, oh, the earthquake in Turkey. It wasn't just in Turkey. A crack opened all the way up to Syria, and there was devastation in Syria as well. It's just Syria's not really on people's in the front of their mind. It's always Turkey because of bloody mainstream media. Snowstorm. Right, where are you, Elva Billy? I know Bernie was out this morning digging the car out. He was saying about it's been snowing in Canada and they're all snowed in, so he had to go out at like 5 o'clock in the morning or something and dig the car out. Tesla could do it with a device smaller than a washing machine. Could do what? What could they do? No, I'm just going to call you no, because that's how it comes up on the thing. No. Guy Fawkes, mate, how you doing, buddy? We blockade to Syria as the West has existing sanctions in place. Yeah, that's why they don't mention Syria. Exactly. That's why Syria's not getting any help. Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. Oh, you're sorry. Tesla. Do you know what? That's bloody perfect, isn't it? That's exactly what they wanted to happen as well. Because the first thing I was thinking of Elon Musk. No, not Elon Musk. Nikola Tesla. He activated it in his building that he was living in the hotel building that he was living in. He activated it and nearly brought down the building, didn't he? And yeah. So I know about that. Space weather. What's space weather? I haven't seen any space weather. And what's space? At the end of the day, what is space? The area outside of this Earth? Or am I sat in space right now? It's got a big. It's between there and there. It's void of bricks. So technically, I'm in the void. The way that I've heard that they've been doing it is with harp, and I was listening to that guy talking about how one of the telltale signs that they've been using it is the rainbow clouds that appear in the ionosphere or something. He said something, they push the ionosphere up. Leafy!
Hello, all.
Here he is, look. Here he is. Hang on.
I like it. Nice intro.
That was in fucking ages, man.
How are we all doing, guys? Woohoo!
How you doing, man?
It's been a long time, Richie boy.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Not too bad. Bit shattered, working my frigging ass off. Not in work, everything else in my home life and everything at the moment. You know, it's been bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. I've moved out of my rented flat and moved in with the missus. I didn't go down too well with the girls, my daughters, but getting there. It's just part of life, you know. We get on really well, me and new missus. Yeah, besides all that, moving out, sorting things out, and my car knackering up before Christmas. I have to get another one, and been driving my old Land Rover about for a bit. It's been a nightmare, to be honest. But I'm getting there. And this sort of banger, as you call it, that I bought, just finished now, just repairing the ABS sensors and stuff on that now. Never ending, man.
We got Callum.
Light at the end of the tunnel.
He's just disappeared. We had Callum, but he just disappeared.
I thought you had something.
Yeah.
Great stream. I've been following your streams, though. I've been in the background listening and chatting when I can, and keeping up to date with things. And the live stream you done with Brian yesterday was freaking superb, buddy. Brilliant.
That was good, wasn't it?
I love Brian.
I had like 75 people watching. It was good. It was like, so I love Brian. I love him. I love the fact that he sees.
I've been following for years, on and off, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
big into his Mandela, and I love it. It was him that made me see things as well, you know, and friggin' hell. Unbelievable.
Well,
the change is unbelievable.
We didn't talk about it, but the Jimmy Savile change, because I saw that when it happened. Actually, when it happened, I saw it like within a week of it happening.
What was that one?
Jimmy Savile is now Jimmy Savile.
Oh God, yeah. I've seen loads of name changes as well. Another actor, Liam Neeson. was never Neeson. It was Nielsen. That's one for me. And I'm like, what? Neeson? No way. No way. Oh, there's another one that happened to me this week. Neeson, it ain't Neeson. It was always Nielsen.
Oh, do you know what? It was Neeson, Liam Neeson. It's always been Liam Neeson for me.
Not for me, man. But then again, misremembering. Another one misremembering that happened to me this week because I was looking back through old British shows and things from the 80s with Emu's World. I did put it up in the chat the other week. Yeah, a couple of days ago. Emu's World, right? Okay, you remember Emu's World? What's his name? Rod, with it?
Rod Hull.
Emu. Not many people know it, obviously, if it, in America.
Rod Hull.
Yeah. And when there was a knock at the door, what was said?
Oh, God.
What did everybody chant? All the kids and everybody chanted it.
It is a knock at the door. It's a knock at the door.
There's somebody at the door.
There's somebody at the door. The door.
There's somebody at the door. Anymore.
Yes.
There's a knock at the door. That's what it is now. There's a knock at the door. No, it was always there's somebody at the door.
Yeah, it was. There's somebody at the door. There's somebody. There's somebody at the door because we used to do it at home. We used to do it,
That's all right.
Do you remember when life used to be when somebody knocked on the door? You'd be like, "Oh, there's somebody at the door.
There's somebody at the door."
But now it's not. Now it's like, who the fuck is
there's so much
that?
changing in this matrix.
Start knocking on my door.
Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers.
Well, that's Callum. What happened, man? Where are you? What's going on? You popped in and then you're gone again.
It's doing it again. Hang on. Knock the Wi-Fi off here because.
Yes.
Knock knock.
Yes. All right, mate. There you are.
Hey there, beautiful souls. Is it Leafy? Hey, Leafy. Hey, Richie.
Leafy's just switched his Wi-Fi off, so I think he might just he's frozen right now, so I think he's just going off his Wi-Fi. It was a little bit grabbled.
Is my audio fine? And you've got me on the couch today.
Yeah.
I'm on the fucking couch today, so I might be a little bit more chilled out than usual. So.
He's back. Here we go. Boom. Right. Sorry, I'll just.
Richie.
Wesley? Oh, he's gone. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, man.
You all right?
I wanted to say I was jealous to see you with Brian Staley the other day.
Yesterday. Oh, look at that coffee, mate. Look at that. Look. He's all flashy.
So I did
look at that.
I did a Rosetta just for you, Richie. I did a Rosetta.
Oh, mate. Nice. Very nice. I don't do that.
That's the first sip too. I had to show you the pretty picture.
That was beautiful.
But Brian Staley,
that was awesome. I stayed up and watched the entire thing. I think it was like 3-4 o'clock in the morning for me, but it was great.
Yeah, it's like I said, I had 74 people watching. That's the best. Most people I've had on a stream for for ages, man. That's Leafy's back. Boom.
Any joy?
Yeah, I thought it was really cool to see you with
Callum.
Hey there, Leafy.
What's the name again? Could you hear me or?
Yeah, we can hear you, mate.
Call me Patrick.
Yeah, it's Patrick.
And Patrick.
Or Joey Jones.
Call me OTW. That way we won't get mixed up.
Hey, Patrick, how you doing?
A lucky name, that one. Yes.
OTW.
Yeah, it stands for out of this world.
Oh, I bloody love it over there.
It's just.
How are you all?
Well, we're all drinking coffee, I think.
That's all I can say.
Very well. It's 11.
Well, I'm in a cuppa.
10 past 11. 11 past 11, actually. Perfect.
Oh, 11:11.
Yeah. Boom.
I'm going.
Hang on.
I see all these weird numbers all the time. Last night, 22 in, and I had 33%.
I think you're
that mean?
you're bust,
Am I
dude. or
grappled?
You're grappled,
Confirmed.
mate. We got a big lag. We got a big lag, I think.
Hang on.
So we've got some far distances here, though.
We've got Canada, Wales, Australia, and Tenerife. So,
Wow.
it's doing
We're from
pretty
the
well.
four corners of the earth.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to understand the balloons involved in this, right?
I know. Well, they're
That's
shooting
true.
them down as well.
I've just knocked my camera off for a minute.
Yeah,
Can
that's
you hear me back?
So it's even harder. You
Yes.
know, it's got to go to a different balloon and stuff. So
Yeah. Like my Canadian
Can you-
balloon has to transmit to the closest balloon that will send you guys a signal, right?
or balloons S with an S. Yeah.
Oh, more than one. That
Well,
could be
It's like
possible.
thousands
all the
of balloons
underwater
just
cables.
released
There's underwater
every
cables.
day.
The Atlantic has got
Clock,
underwater
clock.
cables for the internet. Hasn't it? That's
Now I
that's
figured it out.
still, that is still 95% of it, or whatever it is. That's still that number. You know, they want everyone to believe that it's all wireless and whatnot, but no, that's just the stuff
No.
around you, right?
Yeah.
Around the target. But
But
So now
why
I
are
know-
our satellite dishes then just fixed in one place? Why are they just pointing in one place when the freaking sky is supposed to be moving above us? Go to bollocks. They're still attached to the static aerials and the pylons. That's what I reckon.
well, the
I think
speed, like
there's a
in
certain
terms of
amount-
the way I think about it is like the speed involved in terms of a signal. So if I was thinking about this the other day. Okay, so for a practical thought experiment here, fill a okay, so imagine everyone fill a tube with water, and it goes from you to wherever the hell you want it to go, right? Massive, big, long tube, and all we need to know here is the water level, sea level, you know, our altitude. Right, so I might be a little higher altitude, whatever. So, but then you'll get that balance line, right? It'll balance out.
Mhm.
So we both have this perfect level, right? You wherever you are, me over here, right? And now if I add a little bit of water into that, say the tubes go up so I can add some water, but you can see it's a clear tube so you can see the water level, you mark it. We've both got a 0 point, right? And if I add water over here where I am, what happens?
How long will it take for it to balance? That's what you're
For
talking about.
equilibrium to take place.
For equilibrium,
But what you
yeah.
have to understand, like water in a tube like that, it has elasticity. It's like it's all one. It's basically like a rope. So if I pull the rope, so say we've got the rope, and if I'm taking out the friction and whatnot, so this is a thought experiment, but I pull the rope, right? Say it's a pole that goes from you to me, and I pull the pole. You know, in
There'll be a
terms of the
certain amount-
information that can be transferred via this, like, so, you know, water, like the water changes and that means something and levels out again. And then the response change the water level, that means something. So whatever level has a meaning that we've put onto it, whoever's put onto it in CERN. But you can see there when you have that direct link, so it's still a link, it's still a hard link, like going into the water, following, like, in terms, I think it's much more than that myself. I think it's through tunnels and stuff like this and tapping into links that are already there, you know.
Yeah, that's what I think they're using ley lines
Right.
and stuff.
Yeah, exactly right. So all that's really involved is charge and pressure, and if you have these, you know, what it is to you and what it is to me, and it's the differences is a whole bunch of communication. It's like not having a carrier signal, that's the carrier signal, and you can attach to that carrier signal. So same as how radio and all this works, you know, exactly the same, depending on the medium. So you know. In terms of what's being invaded here is more of an airspace at the moment. So like your airspace is being crowded. So that's what's actually, like, that's where I say, like, you are the target, like we are the target. Like your physical space is being crowded by distorted waves. Not harmonious waves, actual distorted waves.
Dude, it's like, it's not just our physical space, is it? It's our mental space. It's our emotional space.
It's
It's
the
they're basically,
same thing,
yeah.
exact same thing. It's just where we choose to put our focus on. You know, that's the difference. Like you're either putting your focus on the feeling of this event or the thought space of this event. But in that choice, you are then choosing also to, by putting your focus on only the feeling aspect of whatever's going on, you're ignoring the thought space. So now what's happened now is now we have this split of awareness and non-awareness. This is what goes into the non-awareness. Because I don't give a shit. You know, I mean, this is the responsibility of our choices, right? Where you make that choice. But if I put all of my focus direct just on the feeling for the sake of the thought, this is where it's unbalanced as well, right? Because our focus makes it so, but it's our belief, our mind that put it that way, and that's how it can be solved as well, right? But it is essentially making a choice. And that choice is how you want to experience life and stuff as well. So we're trained to go one way or the other. So, you know, whatever has more energy, but they both have the same energy and they're both there all the time. You just don't know it because your energy is on the feeling or the thinking at that time, as opposed to that middle path. Both. The energy is the energy. It's not your energy, but it is the energy.
My energy has been zapped for the last couple of months, but my emotions have been high. I'm trying not to focus on that because it makes things worse.
What will balance that is in those moments where my emotions are high, which when I speak emotion is actually thought and feeling, both mind space and body. But when you use it there, I'm assuming that you're using it in a feeling space where my thought, you know, it's been on my feelings, right? So in that moment, becoming aware, you can go, now I can gently place some of my focus, gently place that on my thinking, my mind, and they balance out naturally.
Yeah.
So
it's
that's
thought-provoking, isn't it?
Is a self-healing, equilibrium, homeostasis. This is where it just happens naturally. And actually, this is what Paul would call, well, this is Janus and stuff as well. This all reflects through the numbers and stuff as well, where it's 11, it's 1 and 1. You know, so you're receiving, which is the heart, emotion, but the 1 and the 1 is the transmitters there. If that's receiving in this triangle, then you have 2 transmitters. One, of course you do, look at your hands, you know, 2 transmitters, 2 poles here. You know, they're the same but opposite, right? It's the left and the right coming together. They're the same but opposite, right? But in this aspect here, it's the same as your thinking, your mind space and your body space, your body, your physicality, same as those poles. It's the same split. It's coming from where the emotion is the heart of that. So, and this breaks down in everything we do and everything, and like how we're made up, where we look, how our we access visual, light, hearing, heart, hearing, listening, receiving, hearing. In the middle. If you look down, you're accessing feeling, kinesthetic, sound. But this is also light and light, right? So light, as we're sort of meant to only be one-sided and whatnot. Light is light, right? But there's also light, as in heavy. which is pressure,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is sound, which is feeling. That's the feeling aspect. You can see there that it's emotion is
One's
splitting
physical,
into
is
two. You know, receiving to transmitting, transmitting to receiving.
Hmm.
0, 1, 1. And the 1, 1 is actually, as we know it in mass and whatnot. So this as a mass equation is 1 equals 1. But what we actually know, but it's been hidden, is 1 equals 1. But that equation, when I bring this 1 over the equals sign and put it on this side, it's 1 minus 1 equals 0. 1, 0, 1 equals, equates 0. So the sum is perfect. It reduces to 0 all.
Philosophy 101.
Yeah, but right. So what we believe, actually, you know, but what we believe is 1 equals 1, and
Yeah.
everyone will say, you know, so 4 plus 4
No, but
equals
1
8.
plus 1 equals 2. Oh, yes, but does it? Or does
But
it
actually,
equal?
what we know down that we hide to ourselves is that it's actually -1. It's the same about poles. It's we equate to positive and negative. It's the same. It's just two sides of a spectrum, or two. So that's a whole focus too. When you've split those two sides.
Been going 0111. That's not good.
Do you agree, Callum, that essentially we are like Janus is this whole idea of Janus and the door, the gateway, the doorway, and all that
Two
is
doors,
essentially
really.
it's us. It's us. It's within us. Each one, like we are. I am Janus.
What I just told you was know thyself, and yourself shows you Janus's encoding. It's encoded into this matrix, this realm, this simulation, whatever you're experiencing. There is an encode, which is part of the fractal nature of it, which stems from and it's this. It is the story, 1 cell into 2 cells, but like it's 2 cells like that, right? When we say 2 cells, you know instinctively that there's a third, enclosure that encompasses those 2 cells. So when you're saying 2 cells, it's kind of it's that one that's encompassed the 2.
And that when you think about, I mean, that's the Trinity. That's the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. That's
that's what's missing. So
in,
Janus is the 0 in that aspect, right? So that's why you'll always see the 101 symbology and all of that, because it's that the 0 is not counted.
Jesuit, that's in Jesuit symbology, isn't it? 101.
It's in all. It's in all, because that's what's being shown to everyone is the pattern of this world, the fractal of this world. If you fit yourself within that, so if you know what the fractal is, it's how your body works, it's how your mind works, it's the keys to the. There's for one, driving. Someone's shown you how to drive the car or whatever, but you didn't know that there's a whole nother steering wheel or something that you have control over. Just through understanding that fractal nature of it, which is the story. It's always passed down as a story because it's the most beautiful story we experience as a story, right? So that's how it's always been passed along. Now we don't understand the story. I wonder why. It's that left brain. There is no right brain sort of flowing, flowing that story, which shows you the pattern and stuff as well, which ties together all these different ancient civilizations and stuff. Really, it's the same stuff. It's a pattern of 12. It's a pattern of 12, but it is your story. That's why it's so. That's why it resonates, because it is yours. It's written. It's written.
I wrote a bloody song.
So this right? This is actually our breathing. This is everything. This is the pattern that's here. So if you understand what's going on here, that's being shown to you right here, You have the keys to your whole frequency, your whole spectrum, everything. I mean, our perfect sort of breathing pattern is synchronized with our heart, and it's a count of 12. You can do it yourself, where it's breathing in for 5 beats of the heart. This is your timing, not a clock. And then there is a rest in the middle, a 0. So 6, and then we begin 7, 8, 9, 10, right? The other side. But if we leave it blank, so we're in the physicality of this, the counting, the mass would be 1. So this is a small little finger too, like breathing in is like when you breathe in, when you're balanced and you have a steady harmonious rhythm. When you breathe in, you're speeding up. And when you breathe out, you're slowing down. You know, so breathing out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathing in, 6. I'm staying with physical. There's more to these numbers and there's more ways of encoding this. But let's go with Janus. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So like my little fingers here, and that's, you know, breathing in, going faster to the end, right? Shown right in front of you. So those 2 little fingers there is 1 and a 10, 11. A 2 and a 9. Oh, 11.
11.
A 3 and an 8. Oh, 11. But this is a specific story. You know, when it comes to numerology and stuff, it's about reducing down a story to its core. You know, the story that is the through line for every other story that comes after it, which is whatever million numbers or whatever, but you can reduce it down to one number, which is the story for that entire journey. But when we're reducing it down in this sense, it's always reducing to 11 first, and then you can go 2. But there's always an 11, right? Until we get to this side.
Well, 11's
what
a
have we
master
got?
number.
5 and 6, 11.
11's a master number.
4, right. But this is
Actually,
some
my
of the
life path
encoding
as well.
within yourself, and should actually resonate because it is.
11
your
resonates with
encoding.
me.
You're
It's my life
connecting
path
it.
number.
Yeah.
So it really resonates with me because when my chart's done and everything, it's 11. Oh. Yes, I'm a master. Oh, what? There's 22 and 33.
Yeah.
11's best.
I see. I'm in the 33, dude. 33 haunts me everywhere I go. Every time I turn my head, or every time I look at something, it's 33. It could be on a license plate. It doesn't even have to be electronic, man. It could be just, you know.
I heard that those people with a master number, life path number, like 11, 22, 33, don't have any karmic payback in this lifetime. It's a different mission.
We
don't? No, it's not. Look, if anything's happening in this life that's karma based, it's karma that you've brought on in this life, not from a previous one.
Oh, you know what? It's funny that you said that, because I've always said that karma doesn't give me any credit. I don't get any leeway with karma. It's an instant
but also
thing.
when
If
you
I
know
do
it,
something wrong, it's payback, instant payback right away. Bang! It's like I don't get a freebie.
Yeah. But when you know too, when you know you're getting your own karma or whatever, you know that everyone else is getting their own as well.
But they might not be recognizing. They might
they might not see it. They might not know. They might be a little child walking into the middle of a movie and just
Well, they're sat there in a lot of them are sat there in their victim mentality, saying, "Oh my God, why?" You know, but they don't think about all the little things. You know, just the little things that they've done or not
that lead
done.
up to. Right. Yeah, they add up.
Who did we
We've
lose?
lost Leafy. We've lost Leafy. I think his I think it was his connection.
Internet.
I hope that's all it was. I'm pretty sure it was, but yeah. Yeah, so I like that, man. I never thought about that with if 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Massive
6,
fun, right?
7, 8, 9, 10. You have to do it that way, don't you? You have to go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then that's
I did it
11,
like that
11, 11.
for a reason, but there is
Oh
that
yeah,
as well.
yeah. Because you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay,
Right? Yeah.
that's the down.
Yeah.
So breathing out and then breathing in. That's
Right.
the breathing. You know, up to the top peak and the bottom peak of the circle or the wave.
Right.
But
No worries.
so the count in total, all of that is 12.
Yeah.
So it's 5 and 5 plus the 2 rests, 10, 12. So that's and that is our cycle here. So 6 is 1/2 of the cycle of 12, which is 3. So which is 3, 6, 9. So it 9 is the spiritual. So it's 3 and 6. So physical is just bouncing between 3 and 6, 3 and 6, 3 and 6, 3 and 6, right? So this again is like bouncing between. So when I talk about focus as well, it's a difference between like people erratically jump between this and this and this and this and this and this and this. But there is a pattern where more a natural pattern, which more focus on the physical, more focus on the mental, more focus
It
on
should
the
be in your
physical.
browser, Leafy. If you go into your browser, it should be the last thing. There it is. There it is. But just in future, you should be able to just go straight back into the browser, and it will be in your history. You just go into the same one. But there you go, dude. Yeah.
Hey guys,
And that
I'm all out of
makes me
coffee.
think.
I'll be right back.
No worries.
Yeah.
That makes me
I'm going
think.
to go to the loo. Sorry.
But it reminds me of vortex mathematics. You know, when you with the
that's exactly what it is. That's what your heart is. It's a Taurus.
Yeah,
a vortex, a Taurus, and so that's the mathematics that follows that.
Yeah,
which is. I'm going to the toilet.
I'm back. It's just the generator going off, so I'll mute a minute.
Oh, you sound nice and not you're not sounding crackly now. It's better connection. Although we might have a bit of a lag.
I'm just waiting for the air pump to go off. It's noisy in here.
No worries. Well, Callum's just gone to the toilet, and Patrick's gone to get more coffee. I've still got some coffee. It's gone cold now, man. I'm cold already. But I've got half a percolator left, so I've got another cup of coffee. It just needs to be heated up. So what are you doing today, dude? You're not working. You're in a garage, yeah? You working on the?
Yeah, I'm down in the garage. Can you hear that?
We can't hear anything in the background.
Oh, that's
we just
good.
Can tell that it's loud because you're shouting a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. It'll go off in a minute, but I can just about hear you. You've got my earphones on, so all right. Yeah, down in the garage. I've been down in the garage back and forth, doing quite a bit of work on the Landy as well, getting that done. So, yeah, she's coming along. Let's see if I can get the picture up now. Let's have a look. She's coming on.
It's a proper barn you got there, isn't it? There's like a.
She's covered up there in a minute, but
it's a warehouse. It's a warehouse.
Spraying some parts. Yeah, a bit of a dive, but it does the job. I got another bumper and some other parts going on. So.
Do you own it or are you renting it?
I rent this with the lads down here. So I got a good deal off them. So yeah, it's all good. Getting there. Won't be long. Couple of more months. Hopefully this one will be on the road. Woohoo! Sell it then.
It's still cold.
Oh freezing. Yeah, it's still cold here.
Yeah, they're
still pretty cold.
They're having snowstorms in America and Canada and that, and it's still cold here, man. It's still colder than it should be. fucking horrible.
Colder than normal there, Rich.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It hasn't been this cold in more than 30 years. According to Huawei. Huawei's been here for 30 years. And he said it's never been this cold. So.
Blimey.
And he's up in the mountains, so it's even colder where he is than where I am.
I've seen pictures up there with the snow as well.
Yeah, that was from Huawei. He sent that to me, so I posted it up. Yeah, that's what the roads were like. I don't know if it's still like that now. I don't know if there's still. I can't see snow on Tady or anything. But
is that stuff real? What are you talking about? Snow.
No.
No, love snow.
Is snow real?
Is snow real?
I've never seen it.
Comes from the sky.
You could be pulling my leg because I've never seen this shit. What you guys are talking about, snow, never seen that shit ever.
You got to be shitting me, man.
I thought I was seeing snow like this one time up this Mount Kosciuszko.
And
it was
where are you? Where are you?
And I went, and I'm like, this is. I was a kid. I'm in Australia, in the center of Australia here. But I was a kid up a mountain, and there was snow, and I'm like, this is what I've seen in the cartoons and stuff. And everyone's talked about, right? So I ran up to it, and I'm like, wait, because it was brown. It wasn't white, actually. It was brown, but I'm like, I had an inkling. So I dug down a bit, and lo and behold, there's white. I'm like, right. And I knew this stuff. It's the stuff from the fridge anyway. It's this hard ass ice, and you throw it at someone, and it hurts them, and they go, "Don't do that, you little shit." And you go,
if you're chucking ice, it does tend to hurt.
Obviously, this is not in the fairy world, fantasy world. Obviously. It
obviously wasn't.
This is true. I don't know.
It wasn't.
I thought it was just in movies and stuff.
Yeah,
I think I've seen enough snow for 3 lifetimes.
Oh, amazing.
I was going to say it's like 28 degrees Celsius here.
Oh man, I am so jealous.
At the moment. Out there, it's probably 31 or something degrees.
At night, this is the thing. It's nighttime. It's like it's 1 o'clock in the morning or something. Well, isn't it? What time is it? It's early.
Getting close to midnight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you ski or snowboard out there, Patrick?
Run that by me again.
Do you ski or snowboard out there?
No, I've stopped doing snow sports, dude. I can't. I'm done. Winter for me, in my mind, I'm not a winter dude anymore, man. I need to get the hell out of the winter and go into the sun and beautiful weather, and the cold.
Dude, you love it.
I had enough with the cold. I did. I was even talking to this with one of my coworkers just the other day, saying like, if I had a chance, it wasn't for the like the fact that I have my mother and my daughters, they all live in the area, so I figured maybe when my mother passes on, maybe that'll be like the time for me to thinking about traveling, and but I still have this feeling that in my future there's going to be a lot of traveling involved, so
cool.
Yeah.
Well,
love to travel.
If if what Jason says, if there's any accuracy to Jason's theory, then North America 2046, you won't be anywhere near North America in 2046, so there might be some traveling involved between now and 2030.
Well, the way I see it, they're trying to do that Georgia Guidestone thing for 2050 or something like that. But I mean, 2050,
I've got a different
take. I'm too old to freaking care,
I've got a different take on the Georgia.
But if if you go by the numbers and what it's been done, like Agenda 23 will turn into 25, 25 will turn into 30. However, we saw a whole bunch of stuff of the agendas get into. So the 45 one, so I think it's a 51 comes down to the 45. Like they keep changing all the time. That's their little
But what people don't think
think
about, right?
For other people watching, that's their little indicator for themselves to kind of gauge what's going
But
on.
just
And stuff
bear this in mind. Bear this in mind. They're all about legal, right? They're all about everything being legal. That's how they trick us with legality. That's how they get us to accept or that's how they assume all these things. It's legally they're assuming these things. So you can bet your bottom dollar that whoever it is that put those Georgia Guidestones up, when what they were writing was a contract. Well, if that's a contract, then that means that the terms within that document are basically, it's all about corporate contract law and stuff. So human.
I don't know. Like first off, we go. So the Georgia Guidestones. What land is it on?
United
Private
States.
or public?
It was in private land.
Private or public?
I don't know actually.
Or state owned or
yeah.
So it's private.
I'm asking. Yeah, that's what I think as well. I think it's a private.
It's either private or state owned.
Like this is a classification, right? That has some weight to what's going on.
Yeah.
Because whether something gets taken from the private into the public, who does that? Does the public just run along with something? So it gets taken into the public, but it's private, so there's separation from it. So like, whatever, this is private, man. This is private shit, man.
It's a private company.
It's up to you. Like what's in the public is, hey, this is everyone, right? A very distinct classification between those two things, because depending where you put yourself on that spectrum as well.
Well, the way I see it is, I'm not human, and people can take that however they want. But I'm not a human.
What? You're not a monster.
I am not a human.
You're not a beast.
I'm not a human being. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not a human. I'm not part of humanity. I'm a living man. I'm a living, breathing, capable, intelligent man with my own free will and my own spirit.
You certainly
I have my soul, and so yeah, I don't accept any of these legislations, or the only law that I accept is natural law, natural and common law. I will cause no harm or loss. I would cause no intentional harm or loss. We'll just say that. I'll cause no intentional harm or loss. Unless
if you get it all right, you don't even have to be thinking about it in those terms, in terms of doing no harm, which I just look at it too. I always come from a like that hypnotist, that NLP side of me goes, hold on. And that wizard side of me, the spellcaster, goes, that's like two no's going on. Because everyone's don't do it. However, it's if you are living in harmony, you do that's an effect from living in harmony. Like that can't happen because of this.
Yeah, no, it's
so
there is a link.
The stream,
So there's a link, right? Because one of the things, it made me uncomfortable when he brought it up, but Paul, what the Flock TV, brought up the etymology of harmony, the word harmony, harm, and that I can see that there is a link between harmony and harm, just purely from the phonetics of the word, harm. So.
But also harm.
The way you explain it there, being in harmony means you can cause no harm because you're in harmony. Harm only.
In harmony, you're saying?
Yeah. If you're in harmony,
disharmony
will cause
two
harm.
Aspects of harmony.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the root of everyone's problem, by the way, is exactly what you're talking about. People have been talking about depression and stuff like this. And if explained correctly, you have an understanding of exactly what depression is, what anxiety is, two sides of the same coin. But what people don't understand is this frequency thing where there's an inharmony and there's a disharmony. And which if you look at it on a graph, it's your heart. You'll be looking at your heart because this is your feedback. This is how you actually change this. You'll see an erratic disharmony. Or if you are in tune, in harmony, you will see this beautiful sine wave like this. You will hear that music too. You will hear that because it's all like if you're listening to, everyone knows what's in tune. Everyone knows what's in tune.
Well, they know if something's out of tune. Everyone knows when something's.
You're listening to this beautiful fucking music. It's beautiful. It's delicious. You're really loving it. And some dork goes, "Meh," you go, "Fuck, what the fuck was that? Get back
the
in,
harmony, man.
Get back in time, you moron.
Yeah.
You moron."
Yeah.
Everyone does that. This is like natural, right? Not what we have now, where it's like the opposite. Where like you're in tune, you're in harmony. Get the fuck out of that.
And that brings up another thing, like Discord. So everybody's using Discord. Yeah, come meet me in Discord. Come meet me in Discord. I think that what they've done is they've used a little bit of a trick. It's not discourse, it's Discord. And what's Discord? Chop. Exactly what we've just been talking. What we're just saying. Chop. Discord is not it's disharmony. Discord is disharmony. It's the same thing. If you blast the wrong note in the middle of a beautiful melody, it's a discord. And everybody,
what the fuck are you doing, man? Either get in tune or get out. You're out. Like, because it is an orchestra too. If you look at it that way as an orchestra, where there's many parts being played, but they all play perfectly together
in this universe.
Yeah, but it all sounds good together. There is a harmony between us all that is known, that is instinctual, that is.
There can be a harmony in Discord as well, right?
This is also chaos.
But one of my favorite times is when an orchestra is tuning up before a performance. I love that. I love hearing the orchestra tune up before the performance because it's like everything.
Be honest, any band, any performance tune up before a.
Yeah, it's this discord that comes into harmony. Yeah. It's beautiful, but it's where there's always harmony in discord. Like there can be harmony. It's like there can be organization in chaos. Like chaos itself.
If you're listening, you know the direction.
Yeah, it's like the cackling of people and noise, like you say, when they're all talking together in a big hall or something like that. I remember once I was driving up by my local town, and there's a graveyard at the top of the town. I was driving around coming to the top of the town, and I heard all these noise of voices all coming together. It was strange time, but it was really weird, you know.
Dude, that sounds like you drove through a timeline, man.
I'm doing it all the time. I've done loads of things like that, and people look at me fucking stupid when I tell them. I was driving on nights the once. I think I've told this story before, and I was driving along on the ambulance, going to take the patient to hospital. My colleague in the back, the paramedic, and two cars coming the other way, headlights on, paused, both of them stopped, and I seen it for a split second, probably about 3-4 seconds. We stopped and carried on. I can't remember if I'd stopped. But they frigging stopped coming the other way. Just stopped.
Just kind of just like the planes in midair kind of thing. Like the planes in midair.
Yeah. No,
it's like I was saying to Brian. Like I said to Brian, like when I first realised, wow, the Mandela effect. It's real, and other people are seeing it. It's not just me. It was like, yeah, nothing's real, man.
Well, so it happens to people, but they can't sink it into their brain that something's happened because it won't be accepted.
Because of cognitive dissonance.
Of course, something's happened, man.
Well, think about what you guys went through, right? Did you all go through some sort of moment or many moments when you thought you were going fucking insane?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You literally
yeah.
thought you were
Over
going
here.
crazy.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah.
That's
When
what
you
we're
Literally a
misplace
mental
something.
breakdown.
No,
Dude, I thought I
who in
jumped
their
into a
right
parallel universe.
fucking mind is going to do that?
I thought
Right?
I
And
jumped into a parallel universe.
you're going, hey, you should just break that fucking egg. But that's what you're doing. That's that belief. No way I will stay in this safe, beautiful world that I've
That's right,
created.
Alan,
That it was been created for me, and I've just slipped in there. You know,
Another thing
you
happened
say,
with
I've
us
given up my control. Boom.
with kitchen utensils. The ex, she bought some kitchen utensils. God knows why they had red handles on. So like potato peeler, a knife, or something else. They were all corresponding together, and they were in the drawer. And I went to open the drawer to get them out, or get the potato peeler out. They're gone. I was like, where have they gone? I asked the mom. I asked the others. They were there. They were there a minute ago. I had another look at the drawer. Half hour later, I went back to the drawer. They were there. So it wasn't just me who seen it. There's so many. How many times have you put things down and I put that there? Where's it gone? You know,
Dude,
go back
and
it appears.
I had a 2-inch fucking scar that was clearly from a knife, and not somebody had slashed me across the face. Either that, or I had a 2-inch gash. Like, looked in the mirror. I was like, "What the fuck?" Pull the skin to see if it's a crease or something. Pull it, and it's white. It's a white fucking scar. Go and see Bayer, my girlfriend at the time. Bayer, can you see that? Yeah. It wasn't out there yesterday, was it? I didn't have a scar on my. I know all the scars on my face. I've never had this scar.
Excuse me.
No, right. I think I'm going to take a picture. Go out, take a pic. It's gone. What? Hang on. What? So I had a scar on my face for about 15 minutes, and then it disappeared. And I wouldn't bother telling anybody if I didn't have a fucking witness there she was there, she saw it.
You had some sticky residue, that sticky fucking residue all over you.
That's
fucking
gross.
Matrix, man. You're fucking with us.
It was all over her, but no.
Who's had anything with time recently? Like, I've been stuck in a minute for like good 15 minutes.
Yeah,
or what it feels like. And even with people, and even when I've brought it up, like we went bowling, the family sort of went bowling all together. And it's Australia, everything doesn't really happen to any time, or so you book a lane or whatever, and it's like, when the fuck we rock up? Like, so there's no sort of schedule, and that's still my thinking, but everyone else was a little bit like, we need to get to the bowling alley, and I'm like getting socks or something, right? And it's like, that's cool. I'll just stop time, and I just said that. And
holy
and
shit,
I remember
Leafy!
looking at the time,
you caught me off guard. Hey,
like,
sorry, buddy. I didn't want to interrupt you there, but I wasn't expecting the Richard Gere look. Actually, I was.
Illuminati confirmed.
I went white years ago.
Well, actually, with your hat on, I was sure you had like me, dark colored hair underneath, and
he looks like
he
almost looks like he's almost in his 30s with his hat on. He takes his hat off.
Yeah,
it's
right.
like, whoa,
he is older than me. I thought he was younger, but he's not.
47, yeah, 47. Yeah.
Wow, 47.
Give it a bit of an airing.
How old are you, Callum? You're younger than me, aren't you?
40 or 41. Now.
Yeah, you are.
I'm 45. But how can you go white at 47?
How is it that the youngest out of the four of us sounds always sounds the wisest, man?
I'm still 12 in my head. Don't worry.
It is just the beard. That is it.
It's the
No,
beard.
he's just the better model, guys.
It is an illusion. It is just the beard.
It's the beard. Yeah.
There was a point in my life when I went, right, time to go full wizard beard. So,
Dude, I said that about 15 years ago, and it's still not got there. Still not managed to get it to that length. It won't.
It's follow through, Richard.
I can't hack the
follow
beard,
through.
man.
I don't know how, but how do I get it to go longer? It reaches a point and it stops. But I really want it, man. Mind you, I do think that wanting and believing.
At the same time, when it breaks that level, your balls will then drop as well. You'll be like,
well,
don't go through an itchy stage.
Manhood level I've just been missing, and then it all comes at once. It's like experiencing life all over again. I'm just saying. Once you break that level,
are you talking about when
the itchy level gets beyond that itchy level where it's like, maybe just a little good itch once
when your balls sag low, like you have to get old,
dragging on the ground,
start sagging low, man, because that's the sign of old age when your balls
just then
really hang.
More and more respect comes, doesn't it? If there is some dragging that on the ground, that's much respect.
I haven't got that issue yet.
But what's the other side of this too? Because there is the tradition of shaving the head, going bald, beginning again, So that's the monk thing as well. So every time they're shaving the head, it's a ritual to cleanse.
Do you know why I shave my head?
To be born again into that young, right?
Apart from it's to save, because I really just can't be fucked with having to go and pay €15 every 2 weeks to have my hair cut. I'm just not doing that. There's that. But actually, a massive part of it is about keeping the ego down. Just shave the fucking head. So I'm not worried about a hairstyle. I'm not worried about. I've got to do my hair before I go out. I'm less worried about my appearance. It's not about my appearance.
Sorry.
Dude. See, I don't even have to waste time shaving my hair.
Get some scissors.
Richie, how much ego is that there? Have I got there? How much ego?
Well, no. The thing is, but this is the thing, though. It's my ego that stops me from growing it as well, because I don't like the in-between bit, and it doesn't look like that when I grow it long. When I grow my hair long, I look like a troll doll.
Yeah, like me. Look.
Whoa!
It just goes.
Yeah, but
look, Richie, like that, man.
This is how I fix
photos
it,
I see, and there's this mohawk going on. Isn't that natural?
It's fixed.
I mean, I had a Mohican, man. I had a Mohican, but the reason I stopped doing the Mohican was because it's so much maintenance, and I can't be fucked to.
FFS.
I was thinking about getting dreadlocks, actually.
Say that again.
Cool.
FFS.
Grow dreadlocks, have the hair do its thing, and then you
said it wrong. You said it wrong. You're supposed to say, "I'm thinking of getting a dreadlock."
Okay. See, that's the Frenchie in me.
One.
Just one big dreadlock.
Just one.
Isn't that an afro though?
But is that a compensation though? If you I want to get a big dreadlock on my head, man. Why do you need a big dreadlock on your head? Are you missing something somewhere?
Because it swears to the rhythm of Meow Man.
And they drive cars with big, huge bonnets on them. It's supposed to be a inadequacy thing, isn't it? It's supposed to feel it's supposed to be because
the ones inadequate. The ones that wear the turbines thingies, the turbans or whatever they're called. It's because these guys have long hair underneath.
Yeah, Sikhs. They're not allowed to cut their hair. That's why they're not allowed to cut their hair. It's against their religion, man. They're allowed to trim their beard, but they're not. I mean, really, they shouldn't. They should let all their hair grow. and the turban
Or
is
they're
There
just
must be
not
something
allowed.
about that.
They're not allowed to chop it.
There is something about this. It's linked to Samsung, isn't it? It's the
Yeah,
the idea
that's what I think.
that the hair that's why Rastafaris grow their, they grow it into dreadlocks, because that's kind of a natural thing for
The hair to do, yeah.
that type of hair to do. Yeah, it's just goes into dreadlocks, man. So they have the dreadlocks, and they like the longer the hair is. You go out, there's a guy in Jamaica, and he's he's on the YouTube channel, and they go and find him, and he's got hair down to his fucking ankles. And that's his thing. Is like he's never ever cut his hair, ever. But it's a deeply spiritual thing. It's because that's his antenna. That's our antenna.
I've heard of that before, Richie. Yeah, that our hair is our connection to like all the other frequencies. Kind of like there's different types of frequencies we were speaking of before, and that our hair would. Yeah.
Interesting.
It was my test.
Each
too,
strand of hair,
I would say
most
it
likely
is,
can
is
tap
most
into a
definitely
frequency.
Increases the picking up subtle energy, like our antenna. It definitely increases everything.
Right, I'm gonna have to grow my hair then.
Well, I had long hair. I cut them like last year.
I think that's in fully understanding what hair and stuff is, just in and of itself. So small, because there's also it's like a hologram where in whatever length your hair is, and even if it's small, it's a higher frequency, but it is all harmonics, like it is sub. So it's really still back in the mind where you're going. It's not like you're not whole or anything like that. No, the wholeness is always there, no matter what you are and how you express yourself and whatnot. It's I think it's different for different times in your life, and this as well, to gauge all these different frequencies, different experiences, so we can have more experience in general, and more frequencies, experience more frequencies.
And I think that we can literally tune ourselves to be at the same frequency as the person that would be in front of us, or because
we do
been proven
that
in music,
so many
because
ways.
two people can literally to do two different notes and have that third note connect together as a harmony, right? And you think you're hearing three notes, but you're actually just hearing two of them, and the two of them are creating the third note, which becomes a trinity. And this is how two human beings can literally be in perfect harmony together just by singing.
And
so imagine
why
that's just by singing.
When like often I get
just by talking.
When I'm trying to when I'm singing along with something, or I'm always hearing harmonies that aren't there and stuff, and notes that aren't there, because it's this binaural.
Well, it's also you're naturally filling in all the subharmonics.
Yeah, with your own colors. Yeah,
which is like whenever I produce my own stuff, I always end up putting it's way too many harmonies and stuff in it, because that's what I need. I need a producer to rein me in.
That's what it is, though. Too, it's like, do you actually think about it like that is you coloring a picture? That's not how you think about it, because you think about it in sound terms. But can you see how that's how? That's coloring in the picture. Yeah.
U.S. military chops off the hair of Native American recruits and found they lost awareness and sneak attackers approaching.
Wow, that's interesting.
So maybe that's one of the reasons why the Indians would, tear off the people's scalp and keep their scalp as a.
Yeah, that might
remember that I learned that in history, where the Indians would.
Well, it was only one. It was only the
Iroquois or something.
Wasn't it the Mohicans?
Oh, I think so.
Mohicans, only the Mohicans, they did it, and it was like brutal, man. It was a really brutal way to die.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, here he
Beautiful.
is, Body Boy.
Hey, it's
You're
the
Buddy
star of the
Boy.
show.
That's your name. Dude.
Hello.
So gorgeous, man.
It's you they're talking to, dude. Yeah, that's them.
Hey yo.
That's them. Yeah. Yeah. Good boy.
You can tell that
Oh.
Alfie's just started.
Oh,
Alfie
okay,
just
yeah,
ignores
you
me
got
now.
him.
He doesn't
You
come when I
got him.
whistle outside. He was used to. Now he doesn't.
You got him.
Now he's just like, yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, you
Carries
told him.
on walking.
Yeah, you told them. That's right. So
Oh.
whistle at me. You got him. Relax.
I was at my parents' weekend, like I said. We went to their local club sort of thing, and it's right by the canal, and there's two St. Bernards that come in there, Reggie and I can't remember what the other one is. Oh, beautiful, massive dog. But I didn't know you're not supposed to clip them because they got double layer of fur,
Right.
and it helps to keep them cool as well as keep them warm, and then just need brushing.
I just think stop messing with nature. Stop.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
the thing too with a dog. Like you just let it be. Like I had a husky at one point here, and it's the same thing. It's this massive fur, and this is massive dry heat. But it's don't mess with it. It's still this. It's still that same protection basically on the other end of the spectrum.
Protects them from the
They're
sun.
protected from. Yeah.
Protects them
natural,
from the
you know?
heat of the sun. It just means that they can't be too energetic, because the more energy they expel, they raise the body temperature. It's harder for them to cool down.
Yeah.
So
if you're observant, you'll see how beautiful nature is and how they do that themselves automatically. It's we who get in again. It's
get involved.
It's us stupid fucking morons that get in the way for a perfect animal. Hey,
this I like what I was watching. God, it was talking about tough love, and he was talking about chickens hatching, and oh yeah, it was my friend Dwayne from the Wrangler School. My friend Dwayne is the cowboy guy that I listen to, and he was saying about tough love, about how his nan used to raise chicks, and like so she'd have all the eggs, and she'd hatch them indoors, and he'd remember watching them and watching these eggs hatching, and sometimes the chicks could be really struggling to get out, and he'd want to go and lift up the shell a little bit just to help it out, and his nan would be like, no, don't help it, you leave it, because if you don't leave it, chances are the chick will die, because the strength that it needs that fight. It needs to fight its way out of the thing, out of the egg, the shell, and that fight actually helps pump the blood around the body, helps strengthen. It strengthens up very quickly. Then he deals with horses. So this guy he knew bought a horse.
Same with plants, by the way. Same with plants. Exactly the same.
This horse is guy buys a horse. The horse keeps getting fat, and it's like, oh no, it just keeps getting fat. Doesn't matter what I feed it. And he said, oh, maybe it's pregnant. Oh, and it was pregnant. And then one morning they went out, and the fetal sac was there. So it's like, oh, she's given birth, but the horse, the foal, it wasn't getting up. She's licking it, and it wasn't getting up. It was and it was really struggling, and they wanted to go and help it, and he said, no, just leave it. And about like a couple of hours later, the horse is bouncing around. It's fine, absolutely fine. But it's this idea that like we want to help, and sometimes our hearts go out and we want to help, but the act of helping might not be helping them. It might only be helping you not feel bad for helping you know, tough love. Like my parents, kings of tough love, man, absolute kings of it, and I appreciate them for it now. Because if they hadn't shown me tough love, then I probably wouldn't be dealing with things.
That's right. Yeah, it's right. With the kids these days, they get everything done for them, and they don't experience the natural way of doing things, and it's a shame. It's a shame that they have too much.
If they don't get it
and that's
now,
more so on the phones
now.
and stuff now too, where now it's AI doing it all for them as well.
Yeah.
So it's that just more and more and more.
The simple things in life are free. The best things in life are free. Well, I look
always
the best things in life are free.
to the simple, efficient,
simplicity,
natural, always. You know, but that's after, like, the reason that's not seen, the reason we see it is because we waited, but because it's developed in such a way that it's instant gratification now. Instant gratification. That time is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So it's those. It really is bursts of the dopamine. Boom, 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 boom. But in this instance too, it's always, you notice it's always feeding a state of anxiety or depression. Both. It has to, but usually always an anxious state, which is this discord.
Which is why I get so frustrated with there not being anything that I really like. I spend so long trying to find something that I want to, absorb the information from. If I was still in that place where I was just looking for more anxiety, you'd have no problem. You got no problem looking for anxiety on the interweb. It's everywhere. Or just turn on the news and just believe what they're saying.
So that's an addiction. It becomes that addiction, that dopamine hit that you need. You're looking for it, and they know that that's what they're.
Well, it's
feeding.
easier.
That's the bait.
They recognize that actually it's like manic depressives, right? It's easier to be depressed than it is to be happy, to stay happy. Like it's easier to access it's still a hormone that's released when you're depressed, kind of thing, and it's easier to access that than it is to be in a constant state of happiness. Because
not quite true. The difference, you really.
I mean, in the programming that we're in, operating under the programming that we're operating under, the programs that we're operating under.
It's literally disconnecting the mind and the body as well. So they stay in that disconnect as well. So they can't find their way out of it. Yeah.
It's disconnecting or detaching or disassociating. Like, so disassociation is not good, is it?
Understanding depression and anxiety will really put this picture beautifully clear. Like, what is depression?
I cured my depression, dude. I absolutely cured my depression in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
In 3 weeks, with 3 weeks of focus. 3 weeks of focus.
You will understand this more than most, right?
Yeah.
What is depression?
You guys are actually looking at.
That was a 16-year depression. That was a 16-year chronic, deep depression, and I cured it in 3 weeks. So
I went through
by the time people come around to realize what they're actually going through. Oh, I've got depression, which is the what they're doing. Is by that time it is chronic depression.
Well, there's like a labeling, isn't there? There's a labeling for different types of depression, isn't there? And how do you label it?
That artwork you did when you through depression, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this got me out of it. This is literally what got me. This is my cure. It's right up on the wall.
Yeah, I remember you saying. I remember you
You know,
saying.
that's all your right brain too. It's like your right brain, because it becomes very left brain internal, very focused
Every
internal.
time I hear this, it makes me go.
Because yeah, you want to cut off from the outside world. You close off the iris. You put yourself in this cage, in this box. I know you all know what I'm talking about. And this is the type of thing that is giving you now that right brain expanded view, expanded feeling, which is breaking you out. And the difference being that what you're doing there too is in harmony. It's harmony. It's an enjoyable frequency. So you're still at a low frequency, which would be either depressed, or if it's in harmony, it's something completely different, or it would be relaxed, chilled, grounded, feeling at one, feeling peaceful. That, right?
And it's the
That's the
results.
same frequency, the same low body state, but one in harmony, one in all over the scale, right?
Well, one's neutral,
Discord.
isn't it? One's neutral. One's like in this sort of
It is our neutral.
space.
Well, the neutral
It
is the
is our
canvas.
neutral. Like,
Yeah, the neutral is the canvas, and the pen or the pencil is the instrument, and you're the expression, you're the emotion, you're literally I call this is alchemy. This is taking all my
yeah,
everything that was
they are
inside,
literally notes.
bottled it up.
You're doing the notes that are balancing what you need
And-
to give you that harmony, to put
And
you
the
back
notes,
into
the harmony's there on the page. The harmony is expressed in the fact that we can although, and that's where I see chaos in that harmony as well. Because if you look, like if you go into the hair of the woman, that's what I'm looking at. The hair of the woman on the left, right? Close up at a section, it's all these like strands of hair that are going from nowhere. It's wow, it's crazy.
flip
But you
now for
pan
me
out.
tonight.
You pan out and there's a gorgeous woman stood there, and it's so it's
Wow.
like, it's this there's
Okay, so
chaos there.
last time I
on
looked
the,
at this, it was flipped.
there's chaos on the
Screen.
that might be the camera that's flipped it. There's chaos on the micro, but on the macro it's in harmony, and you can see the harmonization
That's
gives you
amazing, Patrick.
Well, what can seem like chaos to you too? It's like in nature, it's not the it's the river takes this wonderful curving and this and that seems chaotic, but it's really not. It's the fastest route in terms of everything that is going on. But
And
when
I
we
think
look at it with a focus like that, it's out of balance already. So we see chaos, or what we understand to be chaos. But in a lot of times, it ain't chaos.
and that's
Not
exactly
on a
what's
larger
going
level.
on.
A balanced
That's exactly
right
what's
level.
going on now in society. You look at it on the micro in these little spaces, and it's freaking chaos. It's absolutely
It is.
nuts what's going on.
Wow.
But if we plan it out to the 30,000-foot view, that the people that have
Outstanding.
instigated it, that know what the plan is, it's all running not harmoniously. Everything's running harmoniously towards their plan. The WHO and the WEF, Klaus Schwab, and all that, the plan's running pretty harmoniously because everyone's locking into
Everyone's killing themselves. So, because
doing
their
exactly
ultimate
what they want us to
plan
do.
still has the depopulation. It's like when there's less people, it's wonderful. So, and everyone's killing themselves for them.
Get people to volunteer for it.
Sacrifice
Fucking
at the
lining
altar
up.
and all of this. The altar of change. Altar is change.
But they can't do that. They can't come and actually individually take out each individual. The only way they can do it is to trick you into doing it yourself.
Yeah. I
And
always
that's
think it's like, in terms of a magician, it's like the magician is not tricking you like a good magician anyway. The magician is helping you trick yourself. And when you see that in terms, you see that in every politician, in every when it's not, you're holding the trick, the delusion, disillusion.
Have a great day, Renstar. Have a good day.
Yeah, I mean, there's illusion, and then there's disillusion, fantasy. And what they've got people to do is hold that fantasy as
This is the thing. They say, "Oh, he's really disillusioned. He's really disillusioned." Well, thank fuck that then. Why would I want to be illusioned by everything? I want to be
depends what the illusion
disillusioned.
is.
Yeah,
it depends what the illusion. For me, because there's bigger illusions anyway. Like when it's all
any
beautiful,
illusion.
it's still the Maya. It's still
Any
an illusion. When it's
any
all
illusion
beautiful.
is illusion.
But
yeah,
there is. I can only observe and see that there is a great disturbance in the force. There's a disturbance, right?
I like to switch off from it.
Yeah.
I just like
that shit's out of tune.
fly eye to it.
And you see it, and it's there, and you go, "That shit's out of tune."
Well,
every time these
it's
people
funny you
open
mentioned
their
that.
mouths-
It's funny you mentioned that because there's a lot of YouTube channels that are out of tune.
That's because
Out
they're
of
caught
tune.
in paradigms. They're caught up in paradigms. Why?
Well, it's
They're just
also, you
doing
were
what-
talking about with Brian, it's that also being stuck. A lot of people are what you call stuck there too, is an adaptation. You've adapted to this comfortable way of being. And we know that the next step is always painful. Well, people always put it as pleasure or pain. And if you just reframe it actually, so it's actually pleasure, which is the waiting. So I know if I go through, like I've just put myself through detoxing, and I was like, this would be a week or something. It was a month, and I'm just getting out of it now where I'm getting all this energy, like I'm coming back stronger than I was before every day now. So I know I'm at the tail end of this. It's like, oh, sweet, dissolves and stays away. But you have to go through it's whatever time it is. So it's that patience, it's that waiting to get the reward there. Now it's pleasure. Oh, now it's pleasure. But when you've done that a few times, you go, oh, I know. I just wait for the pleasure though, right? Which is
it can't
what is
rain
taught
every
as
day, man.
mindful awareness too, because literally all it takes is 30 seconds. So if you can get someone, right? So like I was saying with that instant gratification, that's what that is, right? If you feed the beast straight away. But if you literally you just hold them in a state for 30 seconds, like you go, just instead, like smoking or whatever, whatever you like, you go, just instead of just whacking that down, we're just going to wait 30 seconds while I tell you a little story or whatever. You don't, like in terms of how I work and stuff, I do things without telling people as well. It's like I tell a little story, 30 seconds or whatever, and then go, wait, what just happened there? And so, your brain just does this all naturally, automatically, and you go, hey, all of these things just come into being for you, and you go, hey, I can wait, or I don't need this, or whatever the reason is. But it's just becoming aware, right? Because it's in a different awareness. People are so used to having that instant gratification there, so that's all they choose. That's their choice.
And it's focus.
But even more, it's not their choice. They've given up. That it's not them running this anymore. They've given all of that up, and they've given this over to the ego, right? So this is the first, the number one. You're number one, right? Because you don't want to fucking do it. It's too hard. So too busy, right? So I'm going to give all of this control, all of this, my free will choice making. Here's the free will choice maker, right? You can do it all for me, right? You can decide what I focus on and what I don't. And I don't like that shit. That's pain. I don't want to deal with that. So the ego then takes control and goes, sweet, mate, I'll make everything you want come true because I'm your number one. I've got your back, right? It's only until you take control and go, fuck off. Or it's not really doing that anyway, because once you come into balance, the ego is dissolving anyway, because he's got no fucking job anymore, because you've
Well,
taken
no. See, this
taken the reins.
this is where I think the way I think about it is the ego is absolutely essential because it is ultimately the ego that
Yeah,
drives.
but what level ego are we talking about?
Yeah, no, but it's
it's essential at a level, and the level that I've come to discover is actually quite small.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm
It's
not
not
disputing that.
bothersome at all.
But if I was going to analogize it, I'd say it's the vessel, the avatar. My body is the rally car. My ego is the driver, and my spirit or whatever that is, that I take my guidance from outside of this realm is the navigator. That's the navigator. So rally drivers need a bloody navigator, man. If they're not going to crash the car, they need a freaking navigator, especially if they're driving roads that they don't know.
So long as the direction of that car, where that car is going. I mean, that's the responsibility you have there too, that you've given yourself. So long as, because this is how simple it is too, because if it's a non-direct, this is why I say like a non-direct manifestation or whatever, because we're not putting all these rules or anything to it. We're just directing that car in the right direction. And then everything else naturally works out, harmoniously along that line. Everything you've set up to, because this internal structure as well, this internal hierarchy and stuff has been set up as well. It's such as the only way people know how to think as well, by the way.
The other way,
it's hard thinking outside of that internal hierarchy, but that may be a step in releasing, like, because it's still there. That's the thing. That's like, but it's again, it's a matter of how much awareness. Like, of course, you don't want to be aware of everything all at once. That's all knowing. That's why we're having this experience and stuff as well. So,
yeah, you can't be that, and that I think that's part of the humility. That's the humility of the ego. Finds the humility of the fact that it can't do everything.
But again, there's an ego that's working in harmony.
Yeah, I think of it actually more of an operating system. I think of it, the ego is more like the operating system. It's like the operating system. If this is an
programmed operating system,
yeah,
self-programmed operating system. You programmed it.
So you can adapt the code to work in harmony with,
most people don't even know they can do that, Richie.
No.
Most people have no clue.
And that's what I was saying about people thinking that they can't change their character. People thinking that they're in this game and they're, oh no, this is the character I am. That's just who I am, man. That's just who I am. You can change who you are.
They have 12 or more who I ams. They have
but they don't know. But they don't know that
a character for
they
each
don't know
person that they have built a relationship with.
Each one of those, each aspect, though, each facet, they don't realize. Each one they think is no, that's me. No, this is me. Though each
it's
like
just
different facet
side of me.
Yeah. So that's why I love Gurdjieff, man. That's why I love his book. Well, actually, it wasn't his book, was it? It was a lecture about his teachings. So I read his book, though. His book was good as well. I've got to read the other 3 parts.
I think it's nearly dead on coffee time.
Coffee time. That sounds good. I've got some coffee to heat up. Did I see you drinking coffee there, Lee?
I'm on tea again now. I alternate tea and coffee. I have to keep drinking tea or coffee. I'm terrible for it. I have like a little flask with me as well, like that keeps everything warm and it lasts for ages.
What is it? Is it PG Tips, Tetley, or Yorkshire?
Well, to be honest, I do mix it up a bit. I used to like PG, but Tetley's better now, I find.
Yorkshire.
But there's
Yorkshire
a Welsh one come out. I can't remember what it's called now. It's quite expensive.
No.
That's really nice.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yorkshire tea.
A Welsh tea.
Yorkshire tea. Tea on tea.
Yorkshire.
The
No.
only tea is Yorkshire.
Can't be Yorkshire. No.
Like Yorkshire bread. It's like Yorkshire bread. Yorkshire bread, Yorkshire tea. Yorkshire bread and butter.
Stay away from the bread. Unless it's soda bread.
Soda bread. I do like a bit of soda bread actually on an Irish breakfast or a Scottish breakfast.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I like a combination of all three. I like an English, Irish, Scottish breakfast. It's got white pudding, black pudding, soda bread.
Oh, I've had white pudding for years.
It's got potato pancake things. It's got hash browns. It's got
hash browns.
It's got plum tomatoes, button mushrooms cooked
mushrooms.
Mushrooms cooked in milk, but also fried mushrooms as well.
Milk.
Yeah.
Fry your mushrooms in a bit of extra virgin olive oil. Whack some soy sauce in.
Listen, button mushrooms boiled in milk. I swear to God.
No way.
Gorgeous.
Never had that.
Yeah, my dad used to make it. My dad used to make it. It doesn't sound right, does it? It doesn't sound right. But you strain them, you boil them in milk, and then you for I don't know. No, you simmer them. You simmer them in milk for 5-10 minutes or something, and then you strain them off, and it's bloody lovely, man. I don't know where he got it from, but yeah, there you go.
Big flapjack mushrooms.
My mother, Guy Fawkes agrees, man. My mother always used to boil mushrooms in milk. Yeah,
never.
See?
Wow.
There's a lot of stuff you got. I mean, that's what they what are they called out in Saudi Arabia and stuff. They boil the goat. They boil goats' heads in milk and stuff. Like in Morocco, they boil stuff in milk. They boil the meat in milk.
I remember my granddad used to say, the only thing you can't eat from a pig is its squeal. They used to cook everything from a pig, didn't they?
Yeah, the trotters, didn't they? You even have the trotters.
I used to have pigs trotters.
No,
mad, isn't it?
No, never had pigs trotters.
Pickled.
I've been to a hog run. we had in the 80s where we were living opposite us, in the house opposite us. There was they were firemen in the American Air Base, in the Atomic Air Base in Newbury Common. They were firemen there, and they put on a 4th of July party barbecue, and they slaughtered, because there was a pig farm behind, and they got a pig from the farmer behind. They slaughtered the pig, and they did a proper hog roast. And they even bloody blew up its stomach, like turned it into a football, and were kicking it around in the back garden.
Bladder.
The bladder, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mad, isn't it? And look at culture, how it's changed now. Nobody would even think of things like that these days. Unbelievable. But we are going backwards, aren't we? We're going backwards in time with how people are doing horticulture and things like that,
But I'm feeling
starting
more
to wake up to this shit.
I'm feeling more sensitive about killing. Like I like meat, right? Don't get me wrong, I like meat, but I know that I'd probably have a bit of an issue killing my own animals. So that makes me think, well, morally, then if I'm not, maybe I should only eat what I'm prepared to kill. What I'm prepared to kill myself, I will eat. So I'll eat a chicken. And I'll eat fish. But yeah,
I've had rabbits.
No, I don't know what, I didn't like rabbit because I nearly broke a tooth on the fucking pellet on the bit of buckshot.
We've done that in the past, yeah.
I had a bow and arrow. I had a really nice bow and arrow, but my dad and my uncle had shotguns, so I didn't get anything.
Peppered them.
They completely peppered it, man. It was full. They tried to get it all out, but they couldn't. And it was very gamey.
Oh, it is, yeah.
I'll tell you
I
what,
remember
pigeon,
my dad used to cook pigeon, yeah.
Pigeon tastes like fucking liver.
Yeah.
Pigeon
And
tastes like liver.
pheasant.
I've never. I don't think
Beautiful.
I've eaten pheasant. I know it stinks.
Oh, it's lovely.
When you got them, mate.
No.
They stink.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But
God.
they're beautiful. Nice pheasant. Mm,
They bloody stink.
definitely.
You're a vegan,
Right.
Callum? Are you vegan? No,
I
you
haven't
eat
said
meat.
what I am.
You haven't, have you? But do you eat meat?
I'm what I would call, or what is called probably, an omnivore.
So you eat anything?
I'm open to whatever my body's telling me and changing. I keep it open, and as far as I can tell from what I've observed, which is not through astrology and stuff, like I came about this a full different way, of 12 different types of people. So I'm hardly ever talking about diet or anything like this because everyone is different in terms of there's a lot of things that are universal for all, but diet and food actually comes into these 12 categories where I could recommend something for someone and it's not right depending on who they are in this bit of a roulette luck of the draw sort of thing.
You don't realise it's got a lot to do with blood type as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, which
Your
is
blood
part of who you are too. Your blood type will then reflect. So and this is where a lot of all this information, all these dots came together to confirm a lot of what I did naturally. Like I'm just observing how I read people and stuff, and I go, there's fucking 12 types of people, and all my research sort of kept confirming that as well, where it's like commedia dell'arte. Like I come from studying theater a lot, as a huge part of my knowledge bank. Commedia dell'arte is like these stock characters, but it's more than that. It's like you put 12 people in a room and that number 12 again, and one will be the funny one will be the leader, one will be all of these roles in this story get and and it's whether you understand what your role is and you play it with so it's like I'm going this is my path, like, because that's what I think about in terms of this has already been chosen to, like, by you before here or whatever, so it's destiny, but it's free will at once together, experiencing both together. It's not one or the other.
That's where so people that have a problem with fate, they don't want to be fatalistic because
This
they
is
say, no, we've got free will.
That's a duality that's forced. It's in so many movies where it's like, is it free will or destiny? Like Children of Man, and like, there's heaps, all of them.
And it's like, well, how can destiny exist if you've got free will? Because and I'm like, how did I get here now? Because every single decision I made, it was the decision that felt right at the time, or the decision I was forced into making. And here I am here. It's all basically it's me that's made those decisions, and I know there was a time when I was driven by programming more than. No, because I've always spoken
on autopilot, right? It's great on autopilot,
but that's until I come to something that I'm really like, no, hang on a second, because I've always been kind of a man of principle, and I speak out. I don't just go along with things. Never have
cross this line. You do not.
But the thing is, that's my ego, but my soul actually, might have chosen this vessel and chosen it might not have known what the ego was going to be, what the ego was going to develop into, because each ego is unique to the vessel.
Your soul was there on the fucking journey every step of the way. Like,
your soul was there, but how long? Like maybe your soul was being heard right in the beginning, but then there comes a time when we stop listening, or because we're told to, or because we're programmed to, because of what's going on.
You're not speaking as that soul, Richie, because that soul hasn't fucking gone anywhere. You haven't separated from it. It is there now and always.
Yeah,
that is you, yourself. The self is the ego. You
I am
were
the soul.
You made
So,
all the choices,
right,
all
exactly.
the decisions.
The ego is like is a passenger.
You're general.
But the ego is the passenger, not the soul. The soul isn't the passenger on the journey. The ego is the passenger on the journey. Really, that's how it should be.
How do you want it? How do you want to experience this? Free will.
Mm.
How do you turn? How do you set it up? How do you place the pieces? You have all the fucking choice in the world. A lot of these choices we've already made, but when we realize what choices are open to us, fuck, you're limitless. That's opening the box.
And it's also like, so people will think, yeah, but I can't just change. I can't just do that because society
Yeah, you can.
won't let me. Society want me to.
Rules are there to be broken, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you can.
You literally can. And it all happens in the now. So that all happens in that moment anyway, whatever moment, all now. So if it is a choice that's made, it's like I was saying with manifesting as well. It's like, when you've made the choice and you let it go, you go, this is what's fucking happening. I don't have to think about it anymore. It doesn't come back to me naturally anymore because this is what's happening. So that's really where I say, and that's like, this is like the biggest belief, the biggest placebo, the most amount of amplitude of, right? As much as I say I don't have beliefs, that's kind of silly because it's all based on belief here. But it's how you are and how you see that. It's your perception of that. Your perception.
But then that's getting into the whole area of what's believing and knowing. If you
right, and that's the spectrum.
Right. So that's the argument I had with the atheist the other day, was that he was saying that if you know something, then you automatically believe it. And I said to him, no, if I know something, I know it. I don't need to believe it. I don't need to. You either believe it.
Yeah. So there's no need or anything. It dissolves away because it's not relevant because it's a knowing.
Yeah, exactly.
But if it's a belief, isn't there? If you're believing something you want to believe, it's doubt. I was just about to say that.
And they're saying, I believe this no matter what you say. So even if you prove, like, no, I believe this.
Belief is ignorant.
There's still doubt.
Something else,
belief
but I believe it's
this. Ignorance.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's how people use it as well. I don't want to fucking think about this.
Yeah.
So this is my belief. And that's the exact definition of the word. That's how they're using it. And that's how they feel about it as well. And the definition for them, how they're using most people when they're talking with that word belief, I believe this and I believe that, is something to be considered true, whether it is or not. Whatever that thing is, subjective, objective, whatever it is true or not. They've already made up the decision that they don't give a shit whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
So when it's something that is a knowing, it can't, by any definition,
I don't give a
anything
shit
to
if
do
you believe
with
it or not.
belief. It is just what is.
I don't give a shit if you believe it or not.
I know this is water. I know it. You know it too.
It's like
a knowing.
I'm
not believing this to be water. I'm not holding that belief that this is water.
No, you know it's water.
No, it's a knowing. Yeah.
You could say
I know it's water. That could be
reality.
If you've gone into a place, if that's a place that he doesn't recognise, he's never been there before, there's a bottle on the side with clear liquid in it, then it would be, I believe this is water, but I haven't smelt it yet. I don't actually know what it is, but it looks like water. We have a choice there. It looks like water. We have a choice there of going, oh no, it's vodka.
We have a choice of how we talk to ourselves right there. And I don't use that word. I'm going, I think that's water.
It's like playing the guitar, guys.
Tastes like water.
Knowing.
You don't believe you can play guitar. You know you play
Don't-
guitar.
That's what
You know? Like when you grab that guitar, you play those notes, and you just know how to play, man. You just don't believe in
No,
the
listen.
fact that
I
you
know
can
I
play.
can. I know
that
I can
is
play guitar.
harmony. That is harmony. That's knowing.
I
So
know
when
I
you're
can
in
play
tune,
it. I believe
that's a
I can play it
feeling
well.
of knowing.
I know I can play it, but I believe I can play it well.
And especially when you've put all the time and effort in for art, for playing these right brain things too, because that connects it with that experience of knowing, and it's all the same stuff. So it's like when we're in the state of not knowing, which is chaos, which is confusion, which is what they put everyone in, and they want everyone
That's
to
what they want
stay
us
in
in.
that state of confusion, right? Which is the opposite of a state of knowing, which is also, by the way, confidence. Like why is that confident? You know, because they're in a state of knowing, you know, and that's what's communicated across as well, because there is no nervous energy attached with any of that too, because what is that nervous energy and anxiety and all of this sort of stuff? It's an out of you know, sync, out of harmony. Exactly. Wow.
How's my phone? Sorry.
Yeah.
Right, guys. On that note, I'm going to have to make a move. I've got to take a part back and
Yeah, same here. I'm gonna have to
in the
go.
car. Make sure that's
No
But I'm
worries.
still going to be listening. I'll still be in chat. I'll jump back in chat now and then, and
Much
I'll
love.
keep listening. But I've got to go. All the
Coolio.
best, folks.
Great
Nice
day,
meeting you,
dude.
buddy.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me. Nice seeing you, Patrick. Take care, Callum. All the best, Richie. See you later, guys.
All the best, mate. I'll speak to
Bravo,
you soon.
Jack.
So,
Yeah, I bring my car
peace.
to in this reality, you know, cars need to be repaired because they break down, and because you know you smash into
In the pit, man.
snowbanks.
Mm.
I was having fun with my car.
Did you smash them into snowbanks? Did you smash into a snowbank?
Not just one. Well, it's because there's raffles and the snow accumulates in the road, so it makes
Right.
like and I have a Mini Cooper, so it's like really low on the ground.
Short wheel
So I smashed up the spoiler in the front. I screwed up
Is it rear wheel
the
drive or front wheel drive?
front wheel drive.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm like smashing through these snowbanks and not thinking that I'm fucking up the car while I'm doing it. So now I have to go pay for that.
Dude, right. One of the things I learned when I was out in Norway, ice driving in Norway for 3 months, when people were flying around the frozen lake in Porsche 911s, like 400 brake horsepower, man. We were going around in a Toyota Cruiser, Toyota Hilux or something, to go and drag them out of the snowbanks when they dumped into the snowbanks, and it was great when the snow was fresh. But by the end of once it started thawing out, like the snow would melt during the day, and then it'd snow over, and then it'd freeze, and then they hardened up, and then they started writing off the cars. Like when people went into the snowbank, instead of the snow just going, poof, they so many, like we had them basically catapulting off the snowbanks and flipping round and going all over the bloody shop, man. But yeah, snowbanks are great when they're fresh. But if there's any ice in them, man,
Which is give
ice.
too, so they've got give. So it's like I'm imagining here floating.
Man, that was
Or
funny.
like,
actually.
other from that, like it's hard ice and you're just feeling every fucking vibration, every emotion. Yep.
Yeah.
Here
right,
they
so-
do.
Peace, guys. I
sand
got to
dunes.
go bring my car to the garage and go.
Okay, man.
Much love, Patrick.
Have a great day, dude.
Nice to meet you.
And
Yeah,
I
it
hope
was-
it doesn't cost too much to get it fixed up. I hope they can get it fixed nice and
Well, the part
Nice
cost
to see.
$130 Canadian, and the
Instant
time.
karma.
that's not too bad. That's not too bad, man.
Literally,
It's
Yeah.
the labor.
man.
The
So
labor.
it's gonna be
Gonna. That's gonna. I hope it's not gonna cost more than $100 labor. Actually, that's what I'm hoping.
I'd say, what is it? What's happened? It's the front skirt.
No, that's something else. I have other money that I have to for the skirt, but that's not what's broken. right now. It's the Prestone Reservoir, right?
Oh,
So it's the antifreeze reservoir that's cracked. Now it's leaking, and I could overheat the motor. So I need to go change that. So
that's an
I won't
hour,
lose
mate.
it.
That's an hour job. Switching that out.
Yeah,
That's an hour.
and plus it's
It's not
not like hard
Have
to
you
act.
ever, have
It's
you ever
very
just
accessible. It's like you open up the hood, it's right there. So it's not
right
a big
there,
thing.
yeah,
To
no
do.
longer
It's not a big job.
have you
Sorry,
ever
Cam.
experimented with just doing just distilled water with no additives or any of this? I remember reading a bit into this before, but I haven't tried it or anything. Sort of people doing like just distilled water with no chemicals, no nothing added. And everything seemed to work more efficiently from what I remember. This is a while ago, a long time ago.
Yeah, but
Might be
I
older
think the
cars,
issue
but it
is
might not be possible in newer cars, newer models, computers.
it's the
whatever
winter
around.
here. Water would freeze in the
Mm.
motor, so
Yeah.
it would just
You
ruin the
need
car.
antifreeze in there. You have to
Yeah,
have
it's
antifreeze.
it's,
Yeah,
it's kind
absolutely
of
need
because they put
antifreeze.
additives here in Australia, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, there's no freezing. So why are you putting antifreeze?
Why would you
in
put it in there? Yeah. Yeah. Mind you, I mean, doesn't it get cold at night? What's the coldest it gets at night? It doesn't freeze.
Yeah, but here it's like -2, -5 or something at the craziest degrees Celsius, and that's freezing. It depends what you've adapted to. If I went there, it'll kill me. I'd be inside with every heater going, this is crazy. You deal with this every day until I've adapted, and then it's, yeah, which is like a good whack of time to really adapt.
It's
Think
like
about
here,
how
man. That's why it's
Think
felt
about it.
so cold here. Even like English people coming out, I go, "What? It's not cold. It's just all right. It's not baking hot, but it's not cold. It's still warmer than England." And it's like,
Yeah.
no, you don't get it, man. It's fucking freezing. It's freezing.
Yeah, and when you're in and you're not moving, like, so you're really set to the rhythms around you and everything. Yeah, you're feeling everything,
Yeah,
which is
inactive.
awesome.
The brain is active, but the body is not. But the
Yeah,
thing
this
is,
is
because
all.
the situation,
Ciao, man.
I don't know.
receiving.
I already
Oh, see
pushed
you
my
later,
time.
dude. Take
Goodbye.
it easy.
Much
Peace.
love.
Peace. Yeah, I mean, the thing with me is I do not want to be expelling energy because I can't afford to replace it.
Okay,
I don't-
Get your mind out of that. Like, it's about gaining energy. How? Because there is this argument or discussion of whether energy even goes up or down or whatever, and I'm sort of the mindset that, not the belief but the opinion, that it is what it is, and it's what we have awareness, access to. And so just in that exercise, in knowing that itself, if you want to gain energy, this is an exercise for the mind as well, because we can do this with the mind, and it reciprocates, right? Which is, so I can go in my mind and I can imagine like a beautiful flower, any image that you can bring up that you can appreciate, right? Anything, do it.
Beautiful waterfall in Bali.
I've got a rose, because I've got rose water and stuff too. So the smell there, just for me, is so. But smell. What'd you get?
It was a waterfall, and it was Bali because that's the
Bring it
last
back.
waterfall that I saw. It was a waterfall
Bring
in
it back.
Bali. Yeah.
Bring it back. That negative charge on that water, that feeling. It's like lightning and stuff too. It's very
water
similar.
as well. Structured
Yeah.
water as well, because it's full.
Fresh. Yeah, it's like spray. It's that charged water, and it's happening naturally too. You see the beautiful, the reflection, because you're seeing the rainbow all the way down to, it's like reflected through everything, right? So that enhanced light as well. So it's an enhanced experience.
Mm.
And so just bringing all of that back, do you feel now more energetic or less energetic? You know, and in terms of energy that you didn't work for, you're not putting energy into anything. You've done and you've finished. You're at a state that now has more access to the energy that you already had. It's our choice whether to wind up, go up, change our state up or down. That's our choice. People don't have control over this, so they get depressed or they get anxious. They're focused at these points and stuff as well, right? Yeah, but if you're making the choice,
I mean, I've like the last couple of days, I can feel anxiety, but it's like it's here. It's not here, but I can feel it.
there's two types of anxiety.
It wants to come in. It wants basically
Yeah.
it wants to be recognized, and it wants to come in. It wants me to sit here in a feeling of anxiety, and because I have reasons to be anxious.
Yeah.
There are reasons for me to be anxious, man. So, but in the
that's what's called. There's two types of anxiety. So put it in the right category and stuff first, and then you know how the trick's done, right? The situational anxiety is what happens in the moment. Like this situation triggers and causes anxiety, a massive amount, really, at once, and it's too much. And then there's the anxiety which is a lot of smaller moments of this, but that's where we've trained our ego and stuff to step in and go, hey, can't deal with that now. Put that anxiety in the background for me in my unawareness. And now this is an anxiety that's creeping up. This is the anxiety that people feel is like, I feel like a bottle and the bottle's filling up and the pressure's filling up until there's an explosion. But as it's getting to that point, it's getting faster and faster anxious. High energy, high erratic energy.
Like that's what it would turn into if I allowed myself to think of the things
100% all the time. Yeah.
that would be making a lot of people anxious. Let's not say it should make me. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. There's nothing like the situation is what it is, and there's nothing I can do about it. And I've tried, and I'm trying. I'm not just sat here. There's always shit going on in the background, and it's just none of it seems to be.
There's a way that you can feel about it, and there's another way that you can.
The way I
feel it. Like know more than everyone fucking else about perspective and perception. You know there is a different perspective, so you're willing and you've got the guts to actually sit there and find it as well. And so, and when you're doing it, that's finding peace within. So in the moment, you're already training yourself to that, when these feelings of anxiety come that are outside of my control, and it's for you, I would suggest that you do this like a dripper, like an IV, where I don't want to fucking deal with it all in one hit as well, because it's crazy. So you deal with this as a dripper. So it's a slow releasing of that bottling up, right?
Right.
Is that how it feels like for you?
I mean,
in terms of anxiety, we're only talking about anxiety here, not depression or anything.
No, but I don't have
two
depression.
sides of the same coin.
I absolutely cured my depression, man. I haven't had depression since 2016, since September 2016. I went through a 3-week process of very, very focused, very aware, very focused. I was very self-aware and very internally focused. And it was a process of mantras, meditation, basically, and visualization, a lot of visualization and detachment. It was about detaching from things. It was about recognizing things for what they were and detaching from them. And
That
then
detachment
it's
is
perception.
also from the left brain to the right brain as well. That focus to letting go of that focus,
The
relaxing.
left brain, right brain thing, right? Because you mentioned it a couple of times, and every time anybody ever talks about it, I always have this like I forgot to talk about it yesterday with Brian. It's a massive Mandela effect for me because when I was growing up and when I was learning calligraphy in private school, one of the lessons we learned about the left brain and the right brain. But in my reality, in the school that I was taught in, the left brain was female, the right brain was male.
We have to classify this. So are you left-handed or right-handed, Richie?
I'm right-handed.
Because that's a big thing that people just don't understand to start with, where everything completely flips over if you're left or right.
Right.
So, in terms of Mandela effect, let's get a baseline. You've always been right-handed?
I've always been right-handed, and and that's the way it was. But now it's changed, and now the right side is, because I remember making the correlation between, right. I remember laughing about it when I was 7 or 8 years old and saying, yeah, it's because women are crazy, right? Left part. There is the left-handed women, and that's why left-handed people are weird, and it was this whole thing about the left. So
I think it's
a definite.
demonized now too. It's demonized now, but I think I've gone through it with you what I consider the left and the right to be. It's not really logic and creative. It's not, that's one dimension of it, but it's a very shallow dimension. It's more about focus, and so the symbology is you've seen it everywhere, is that little circle and then the big circle,
Yeah.
dot,
Which is a 0 and a 1,
brain, right,
and the
brain.
1's inside the 0, and we're looking from above. But it's a 1 and a 0, which is binary code.
Is there a point along that line? Is there a point in there where you can see both at once?
The 0 and the 1. What do you mean?
But you can see there, if I had all of my focus on just that point in the center, just that, I'm missing all of that.
And you might not.
And if I only focused on that, I'm actually missing that too.
And it's also
the
perspective.
Iris of the eye.
It's about perspective as well, isn't it?
Right brain, which the right brain is all the color outward. So you can relate this perfectly, because we're not on a globe and we're not spinning and all of this. That it is this torus field,
right?
And you can relate all the colors, all the notes. For you, like, what will resonate for you is it's a string. And so from the top of our top here, because it's an infinite string, it doesn't have a start and it doesn't have a finish. There's a string coming through your existence, Richie, right? And if you pluck that string in front of you, dong, I don't know what the sound is, but it makes a sound. It has a resonance. Now I come along and I put one hand here and one hand here. 2, a pole. I can even do this experiment. This is thought experiment, right? Where I put 1 in the middle and I pluck this side and then I pluck that side and go, what's the difference? Is this higher, is this lower, or are they both the same? All right, but
depends where
here I do 2 poles.
Depends where you've pinched the. Because what you're doing, essentially, what you're doing is you're shortening. You're shortening the distance. You're shortening the distance.
What you're talking about right now, about on a feeling level. You know it to be true. Now I take those two lines, which is our poles anyway, any poles, which is you've plucked it twice. And then there's a bunch of feeling within these 2, because now I've limited it to that section. Guitar. Right? Now we've taken away the infinite nature. And right, so we've defined a spectrum, and we know it's a spectrum. I know instinctively that if I hold in the middle of that and go dong dong, so a point in the middle proportion is instinctual. I know that, like, same as golden proportion,
The golden mean.
1.618. Right, yeah. So if I do that proportion, right, 1 to 1/6, that point,
Yeah.
boom,
It's a
dong.
harmonic. It's a harmonic point,
Know
isn't it?
exactly what I'm talking about. That's your body.
But it changes the frequency. When you if you do that, it changes the frequency. It makes it so it will make the note higher. If you that string
Yeah.
stretch out that distance is a
Okay,
really
so
deep resonant sound. You halve
add
it
in
and
some
it
more,
change the
add in
octave.
some more harmonics, some more frequencies. So now what I'm doing here is stacking a donut on a
This is
donut,
where Pythagoras comes
donut
in, isn't it?
on a donut. Yeah,
This is where
yeah.
Pythagoras.
These are all whoever fucking. It's all knowledge that is written within us is us. So it will always come into existence in all these different shapes. Like, then we don't have to talk about traveling and all of this stuff too, because there is a universal communication. There is a universal knowledge as well, which is all this secret stuff. Actually,
I think there's definitely, as far as like thoughts and ideas and songs and art, and because emotion is energy and motion, and so each different expression is an expression of emotion, really, isn't it? So there's all this emotion, energy flying around in the
if
ether.
it's a full expression too, if it's expressed fully, it is then therefore emotion too, because emotion is all of that energy in motion. So a full expression.
So like for me, when I wrote, I had this inspiration. I was in touch with my muse, my spiritual. I've never had a physical 3-dimensional muse. It was
Internal spire, inspire.
And I wrote a song called
Antenna.
Patience. I wrote a song called Patience, and then months later, Gary Barlow releases a song with Take That, and it's like part of their comeback was with this new song Patience, and then I find out that, and then I remember rather than find out, I remember that Guns N' Roses wrote a song called Patience as well, and it's this feeling about patience that's flying around in the ether, and just some of us catch it, we feel it. It goes through us, and we want to express it. We channel it or something. We channel that.
You're tuning into it too. I think a lot of it's just tuning in, because a lot of things affecting people right now affect people together in this patch and stuff as well. So we're all thinking about the same topic or whatever, but all from our different perspectives. It's amazing how that lines up so often for me,
and possibly different
synergy.
perceptions as well. Different perceptions as well within those perspectives. There are might be a slightly different perception of something.
You can see there, like, the more perspectives you have, the more perspective, the greater your perception.
Your perception can be. Yes.
Grows,
Yeah.
from more angles, right? So
Right. Exactly. Yes. So that's where the two are linked. Perception and perspective are like intimately linked together, because the more perspective you have, the better your perception of what's going.
These are
whatever it is.
These are like universal rules and stuff as well, because that in itself is an alchemical.
And so that's why it has to link into our own understanding about things, and understanding why it's important to be able to hold more than one opinion, be able to see more than one opinion, and
Perspectives.
because it's a perspective. It's like left versus right. Well, left needs to think about what it's like from the right, looking from the right, and the right needs to think about what it looks like from the left. If you're going to have an accurate perception of what's going on.
Yeah. I talk about, like, it's the perspective from, if it's one perspective, it's the perspective from the center of the line, seeing the two, right? And usually it is duality. It's between these two perspectives. So you're holding or entertaining those perspectives at once. So in this action, it requires like a hemisphere. It's a focus and a relaxation. It's receiving and transmitting at the same time, right? It's in balance.
And if you, it's demonstrated to us in the simplest form in our own physical being, because if you're blind in one eye, if you don't have the two different perspectives of each eye, then your depth perception is affected. You cannot perceive depth in the same way because you're only seeing it from one perspective, but you need both. Yeah, in the physical. That's what I mean. It's reflected to us in the physical, in our own being, in the way our bodies operate, in the way we're able to navigate this world, to be able, for me to know that, boom, that's where that thing is, and be able to, to be able to do all that. Depth perception is quite important. It's not essential. You can get through life without accurate depth perception. You can adjust as well. You can, but that's more about judgment, and that's about observation.
And that's why you see, like, you've seen those experiments and stuff where people do, where they get the mirror and put your arm there, and then a fake arm, and then do experiments with the fake arm and stuff. Right. So then we can see our mind and our body's connection there as well. So we also know that, like, in the mind, like imagination, anything I do is real. So it depends if I'm seeing, like, my depth perception is still there, just in it's not reflected into the physical. It's there in the metaphysical.
Yeah.
And I'm at a place where I'm open to miracles occurring and people just gaining sight because they've set that program in their mind space and have turned it into a physical through feeling, which is our connection to the physical as well. It's dropping down into pressure, frequency. If you want to get back to, if you want to go to what's actually, because I always say information and sound, feeling, pressure, light and heavy, but that's coming from somewhere, and it is two energies against each other. It's magnetic energy, which is the heart. That's the Taurus, is magnetic energy, and then everything comes from that. It's the same. What comes first from a lightning strike? Is it light or is it sound?
The light comes first. The sound, but does it in the moment? If you're there at that point, that's the thing. At distance,
what begun first? What begun first? Not what you saw. You might have been a distance away, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, did it begin together? What came first, light or sound? That's the question.
Well, that's like getting into sort of
first,
measurement. That comes into measurement, and how the closer you get, or the more you zoom in,
you're putting yourself in the equation there. You're putting distance. You're putting all of this stuff into the equation.
I'm thinking about in the moment of when the lightning goes. So when the lightning strikes, it's that point because there's two that meet, and it's the point where it meets and it creates that that connection.
Equilibrium.
So technically, with lightning, it is the light that comes first, because you've got the little.
So when you put yourself into the
coming out.
equation, then yes, technically, I see the light first,
yeah,
and then I feel
and
it.
that's why we say light is faster than sound. So
like that's an equation, by the way. That's manifestation right there. And so light is both in the physical and in the not, like you don't experience anything like astral or what do we experience there?
the thing is, dude, what is light? At the end of the day, what is light? Because technically, I was talking about this yesterday. Like, we are light, or perhaps the ones that are connected have got the shine. The shine is the light. What's the light? Is it truth? Truth is the light. The light is the way. Is the truth. But what is light? Is it a particle or is it a wave? Well, a wave is not a thing. A wave is a motion. It's not a thing. A particle is a thing, but a wave is not a thing, is it? It's the motion of a thing. So you can't say it's a particle or it's a wave, because that's material.
We're kind of getting into the two at once thing here, right?
But that's because, and that I think that's one of the things about this realm.
But
it's the duality of this realm, having both the two at once, both at the same time, like, because it's in this realm, the way this realm operates. That's how it works. It is duality. That's how it works. You can't have male without female. You can't have positive without negative.
Feel it, experience it.
Right, and that's where we are in the world, not of it, because we should be able to rise above the duality, see the duality, like recognize the duality and take the middle road, kind of thing.
It's recognizing and seeing it. That's exactly what you're doing there. It's only when we start sort of forcing things away or whatever, or denying things like this. I'm hoping this all rings a bell. Denying things, these delusions and stuff. That's what disrupts it. That's what disrupts a natural process. Because they're all. And that's what I call a distraction, right? Because it's pulling us to one side or the other all the time. It's not like it's not a natural draw. It's someone else's energy. And so in that sense too, you're detaching yourself from that energy. You're detaching yourself from an energy. But more like you're detangling yourself from an energy, because it more feels that way as well when you're detangling a knot or something.
I think that's one of the things that we have to do.
It takes time.
Like we have to disentangle ourselves from the matrix. Like, that's part of what that is. Energetically, we have to disentangle ourselves, and that's about detaching. That's about letting things go. That's about saying, yeah, this isn't helping me anymore.
And I was saying before, it's like these experiences, though, like we talk about it quite easily here, but letting go and stuff, it's like I said, have you guys ever, am I going fucking crazy? Like to get to that point, there is a letting go process, and it's like, yeah, I'm not crazy, but fucking everyone else is. That's usually what happens as well. It's like, right, but
it gives me. I mean, it's definitely
from a crazy. Like, it's crazy. The process itself is crazy.
How many people do you think have been locked away in insane asylums because what they're seeing is reality, and they can't deal with it anymore, or they won't shut up about it. I think the reason that there were so many mental asylums in the 1800s was because people were denying the new narrative that was being set, and they were saying, "No, this person's mad." It's just like what's happened in the last 3 years. We're all crazy for saying what we've been saying until now, and they're saying, "Oh, actually, yeah, maybe."
Did you see Laura's? Did you see Laura's last video, where she actually showed a insane asylum, but it was a healing center first, and it was self-contained, and it produced its own energy. All of this stuff. It was amazing, amazing. And I think that's the main story about all of them. It was turned into exactly what they wanted. Hey,
Yeah.
and like it was a free thing too, like insurance companies, like. And people fell for it, but it's come here and it's all good. Like there is all good stuff, and then it's twisted into you're fucking crazy. Take this shock, all this horrific stuff.
Medication.
That's like gaslighting on steroids, right? You're fucking crazy. Yeah, and look, unfortunately, I know it's not just in the insane asylum. Like now, people have locked themselves into a prison, but you can also see that like they've locked themselves into their own insane asylum where they're medicating themselves too, right? So they've taken they don't need the buildings anymore and whatnot because everyone's got their own building and they've locked themselves in their own little mental insane asylum and a prison and right. They don't even see that they're there as well. They think, so it is that gaslighting too. If it's anything different, you're crazy. Like, I would be crazy, right? And that's not, it's not considered, like, it's only us sort of types who actually go through and consider it. Consider that crazy and go, well, what does that actually mean? What does crazy actually mean? Like, and in the end, it's like flat or whatever, like in terms of the earth as well. It's like, well, I'd be crazy for believing something that I know now not to be true.
Yeah.
Now that's crazy. And I can't. Right.
Yeah.
But in
we
doing
think
that,
they're crazy.
Realized the crazy that I was.
We think they're crazy because what you're just going to go along with what they told you in school and what the government's telling you and what they're telling you on the net. You're gonna just believe that. You're insane. You're insane if you're just going to believe what they told you on the BBC.
It's so much like if you put someone under hypnosis, and
that's exactly what MSM's done.
And you come out of hypnosis and you're like, what just happened? That's, you've come out of hypnosis. And, going to someone who's still in hypnosis is, and it's a process of separating from that and seeing what you were. And
there's got to be a connection with like waking a sleepwalker as well. You should never really wake a sleepwalker.
It literally is, because it's awareness, because everything you didn't see before was in your unawareness. You didn't have any awareness over it until you went, hey, hang on a second. And this could have been the left brain too. Like the left brain is the catch the attention. Right. I mean, how powerful are all these things when you know them too? Like in terms of marketing, sales, all of this. When you know how people operate, it's very easy to use those to your advantage. Why is that advantage there, by the way? Like, this money structure, these systems that are put up in place, traps that we fall for all the time,
Yeah, man.
There's no nice way of putting it. Right?
Yeah, absolutely right. Hey, we've been going for 3.25 hours, man. What I need to do this today because I need to justify begging people for donations. I'm going to play some music, but I don't know whether to stop the stream and start a new one or just just keep going. We've got 20 people here.
Just jump off.
Eh?
I'll just jump off.
Cool, man. Listen, Callum, it's been awesome having you, dude. Thank you very much for joining. I'm gonna do this. I want to do this every day, but I don't. When it comes around to it, it's, you know, it just doesn't always happen every day. But when I'm feeling like
when
it,
feels right.
Do it when I feel like it, man. Yeah, and just always a pleasure having you on, dude. Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure. Much love.
Peace, namaste. So, what do you guys? What are you saying in the chat room? Do you think I should stop it and start again? And then that gives people the option to come back in and watch the new stream with the music, or shall I just? Do you want to hear a song? How do you feel about that? Do you want to hear a song? Do you feel like donating some money to a digital busker? God. I've got to change my earphones. What are you saying, people? Oh, no worries. No, don't worry about that. I completely understand. I mean, it's like when I'm, you know, if I'm watching another channel and they say anything about, you know, buying merch or, you know, support the channel or anything, I'm like, yeah, I'd love to, man. I'd love to, but I'm on the beg myself. But I'm not a grifter. I'm not going to try and make money off the truth. I'm not going to try and, you know, I'm not going to put anything behind a paywall. None of that. I'm just going to play some music, and if those people that appreciate live music, lots of people appreciate live music, and I'm just hoping that odds are favourable that eventually some like Elon Musk will listen to my music and go, do you know what? I've got bags of money. It wouldn't really. I could help this guy out. A couple of quid. Help him get back on his feet. Government's trying to screw him over. Right, just change these earphones. Boom. Right. I'm going to have to tune up this guitar then. Leafy, are you still there, mate? What do you want to listen to? You're in the workshop. Look at that. It's dropped down to 13 people. That's cool, man. That's cool. I appreciate that. No. I feel like a beggar. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Right, what do you fancy listening to? Nirvana. Good man. Good man. Some banana. Hang on. Turn the volume up, Rich. You dumb idiot. Let's try that again. Sell the kids for food with the change moods. Spring is here again. Reproductive glands. She's the one who likes all our pretty songs. And he likes to sing along, and he likes to shoot his gun, but he don't know what it means. He don't know what it means. And I said, he's the one who likes all our pretty songs, and he likes to sing along, and he likes to shoot his gun, but he don't know what it means. He don't know what it means. And I said, yeah. We can have some more. Nature is a whore. Bruises on the fruit. Tender age and bloom. He's the one who likes all our pretty songs, and he likes to sing along, and he likes to shoot his gun, but he don't know what it means. He don't know what it means. And I said, he's the one who likes all our pretty songs, and he likes to sing along, and he likes to shoot his gun, but he don't know what it means. He don't know what it means. And I said, hey. He's the one who likes all our pretty songs, and he likes to sing along, and he likes to shoot his gun, but he don't know what it means. Don't know what it means. And I said, he's the one who likes all our pretty songs, and he likes to sing along, and he likes to shoot his gun, but he don't know what it means. 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 And I said, hey. Yeah, baby. She eyes me like a Pisces when I am weak. We've been locked inside your heart-shaped box for weeks. I've been drawn into your magnetar trap. I wish I could eat your cancer when you turn black. Hey, wait, I got a complaint. Forever indebted to your prices and thighs. Hey, wait, I got a new complaint. Forever indebted to your prices and thighs. Hey, wait, I got a new complaint. Forever indebted to your prices and thighs. You thighs. Meat eating orchids forgive no one just yet. Cut myself an angel's hair and baby's breath. Broken hymen of your highness, I'm left back. Throw down your umbilical noose so I can climb right back. Hey, wait, I got a new complaint. Forever indebted to your prices and thighs. Hey, wait, I got a new complaint. Forever indebted to your prices and thighs. Hey, wait, I got a new complaint. Forever indebted to your prices and thighs. You thighs. You thighs. She eyes me like a Pisces when I am weak. I've been locked inside your heart-shaped box for weeks. I've been drawn into your magnetar trap. I wish I could eat your cancer when you turn black. Hey, wait, I got a new complaint. Forever indebted to crisis supplies. Wait, wait, I got a complaint. Whatever did to crisis supplies. Wait, wait, I got a complaint. Whatever did to crisis supplies. You guys. Here we go. That's in Bloom. Little double track of Nirvana for you there, Leafy. Africa Unite, Bob Marley. I don't know that song. I don't know 007 by the Desmond Deckers neither. Sorry, man. I could maybe play some Bob Marley if we get enough. Come on, let's have a request. Let's have a request. Don't make me pick it. If you make me pick it, then it's going to be Hootie and the Blowfish. If I have to pick it. Obviously, it has to be a song that I know. Like, it's sort of song that you could. I don't know Africa Unite. I know Redemption Song and No Woman No Cry and Don't Worry About a Thing. Well, that's not, or is that's not Bob Marley, is it? I can't remember. Al Green. Al Green. I'm so in love with you. Whatever you want to do is alright with me. Yeah, this is a hard one. You make me feel so brand new. I want to spend my life with you. This is baby, since we've been together. Who love you forever is what I need. You to be the one you come running to. I'll never be untrue. Yeah, this isn't really me, man. I don't know it well enough. I'm not gonna murder it any longer. All right, I'm just gonna stop it there. That's not my thing. I'm sorry. That ain't my thing, man. That ain't my thing. I'm not gonna. Yeah. I'm gonna redeem myself now with I'm going to redeem myself. Wrong song, Rich. You're going to redeem yourself with that. That's the one. With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water, rise above this mess. With a little peace and some harmony, we'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand, 'cause I wanna handle you, 'cause I wanna run with you. Yesterday, well, I saw you standing there, hand was out, your eyes are red, a comb touched your hair. I said, get up, let me see you smile. We'll take a walk together, walk the road a while, 'cause I've got a hand for you, yeah. 'Cause I wanna run with you, won't you let me run with you, yeah. Hold my hand, want you to hold my hand. I'll take you to a place where we can be anything we wanna be, 'cause I wanna love you the best that I can. You see, you was wasted, yeah, I was wasting time, till I thought about your problem, I thought about your crime, then I stood up and screamed aloud. Don't wanna be a party problem, don't wanna be a party crowd, yeah. I got a hand for you, got a hand for you. Now I'm with you, won't you let me walk with you? You hold my hand, want you to hold my hand. I'll take you to a promised land. Maybe we can't prove the world, but I wanna love you the best that I can. To hold with you, yeah, hold my hand, to hold my hand. I'll take you to a place where we can be anything you wanna be, 'cause no, yeah. But you hold my hand, I'll take you to a promised land. Maybe we can't change the world, but I wanna love you the best that I can. best that I can. Look at that, right? So we're capoed on the second. So we're just going to keep going. Capoed on the second. I know Manuela loves this song. Look at the stars, look how they shine for you, and everything you do. They're all yellow. I came along, I wrote a song for you, and all the things you do. And it was called Yellow. So then I took my turn. Oh, what a thing to have done. And it was all yellow. Your skin, oh yeah, skin on time. Says something beautiful to you. You know I love you so. You know I love you so. That's why I'm across. I jumped across for you. Oh, what a thing to do. 'Cause you were all yellow. I drew a line for you. Oh, what a thing to do. And it was all yellow. Your skin, oh your skin bone, turn you, says something beautiful. Do you know that you have bleed myself dry? For you, I bleed myself dry. But it's true. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine. Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you. And all the things you do. There we go. Hey, we still got 8 people here. Jeff Buckley. Crikey. When we heard there was a secret chord, David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? Goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, minor fall, and a major lift. The baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Well, your faith was strong, but you needed proof. Saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty in the moonlight overthrew you. Tied you to the kitchen chair, she broke your throat and she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew the hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Baby, I've been here before. I walk this room and I'm swinging this floor. You're alone before I knew you. Seen your flag on the Marble Arch, and love is not a victory march. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Well, there was a time when you let me know what's really going on below. Now you never show that to me, do you? Remember when I was moved in you, the holy dove was moving too, and every breath we drew was hallelujah, Maybe there's a God above. All I've ever learned from love is how to shoot somebody who outdrew you. And it's not a cry that you hear at night. It's not somebody who's seen the light. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah. 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 There you go, Leonard Cohen, mate. Leonard Cohen. I do apologise if I. It's not the easiest. It's not the easiest. Jose Gonzalez, no. No. Oh, it's Leonard Cohen. What did you say? Jeff Buckley. No, but Jeff Buckley did. Hang on. Oh, no, hang on. No, Jeff Buckley. Jeff Buckley just. Oh, no, that's Jeff Beck. Jeff Beck just died. No, that was Jeff Buckley. That was Jeff Buckley's Hallelujah. Jeff Buckley's version of Hallelujah. It was written by Leonard Cohen, maybe. But that was Jeff Buckley. Look, it's on my. It says Jeff Buckley, Hallelujah. It's King Star Karaoke. So I did think I was doing the right one. All right, so Bobby McFerrin is yeah. Yeah, baby. Here's a little song I wrote. I want to sing it, not for no, don't worry. Ooh, yeah, be happy. In every life we have some trouble. When you worry, you make it double, so don't worry. Be happy. Don't you worry, be happy, no man. Ooh, don't worry. Ooh, be happy. Do 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 do. Don't worry, be happy now. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't worry. yeah, be happy, yeah. Don't worry, be happy. Got no place to lay your head. Somebody came and took your bed. Don't worry, or be happy. Your landlord say your rent is late. You might have to litigate, but don't worry, don't you worry, no. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, be happy. Look at me, I'm happy, man. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't worry now. Just be happy now, man. Don't worry, be happy now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't you worry no, man. Ooh, just be happy now. Don't worry, be happy. Ain't got no cash, ain't got no style. Ain't got no girl to make you smile, but don't worry. Ooh, be happy. When you worry, your face will frown, and that will bring everybody down. But don't worry, man. No, no, just be happy. Everybody be happy now. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Don't worry, don't worry. Ooh, be happy now, happy now. Don't worry, be happy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Don't worry now. Ooh, be happy now. Yeah, don't worry, be happy there. That's this little song I wrote. You must sing it, not for not, don't worry. Come on, good little children, oh man. Be happy. Listen to what I say. In your life, expect some trouble. When you worry, you make it double, don't worry. Ooh, yeah, be happy. Be happy now, man. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Don't worry now. Ooh, be happy now. Don't worry, be happy now. Yeah, 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 yeah. Be happy now. Don't you worry now, worry now. Ooh, don't worry, be happy. Ooh, yeah, yeah, don't you worry now. Oh, don't you worry now. Just be happy, just be happy now. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Don't worry, cause it'll soon pass, man. Whatever it is, just be happy, man. Don't worry, be happy. I'm not worried. No, I'm not worried, man. I'm happy, man. I'm happy. Bobby McFerrin, rest in peace. After he committed suicide. I think that's tragically true. Bobby McFerrin, he forgot to not worry. Your Eats Box, the EU is promoting the eating of maggots as a way of stopping the climate change. I've got a way of stopping the climate change, Klaus Schwab. I have something to joke and eat right here. I pooped it out earlier. You can shit and fucking eat on that. Right. Yeah, he might very well have been. Well, you know, it's like old Mark Middleton committed suicide. Shotgun blast to the chest whilst tied to a tree with an electrical wire. But it was absolutely there was no strange No strange circumstances. You know, that's how we all go. Oh, and the shotgun disappeared as well. But, you know, you can buy those ones that as soon as they fired, they just disappear. And obviously, he needed to be tied to a tree with the, you know, the wire, and it was obviously a very intricate setup there that he had. But basically, he was able to, you know, shoot the shotgun from over there and make it disappear like magic, because he was obviously a magician. He was obviously trying to do a magic trick. That's what happened. That's what happened. Right? Mark Middleton was trying to do a magic trick, and what happened was he accidentally loaded a real cartridge. The gun went off, and everything. The trick went all according to plan, and the shotgun disappeared. But unfortunately, we had a live round in it, and he was deleted. Listen, peeps, help me feel it, man. Help me feel it. I want to feel it. I want to sing. I want to get my head out of this. Get out of this funk. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Move along. Thank you very much. Move along. Nothing to see here. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just jamming on, man. I'm fucking. Here we go. Here we go. So it's just basically just jamming along with backing track. Just jamming along. Oh, that was very pretty, wasn't it? That was very pretty. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I've been going for 4.5 hours nearly, and what I forgot to have all set up was since as you ain't gonna do it, or if you are, I can't hear it. But there's my grift, ladies and gentlemen. That's my grift. I'm a live musician. He's being stopped from doing his work. Been stopped from plying his trade. It's been my trade since 2009. Stopped since 2021. Fucking bastards. Anyway, thank you very much, peeps. I will. Sorry, just trying to. I get a sweet spot here where one earphone cuts out or cuts back in again. Just trying to find where it is. Where I've got both ears in. There it is. Right. Yeah, thank you very much, peeps. Should be back as soon as I can. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, just lining up a nice little video to play out on. I can find the bloody thing. There it is. I'm going to play out with a wicked tune. Take it easy, guys. Actually, I better not play that, had I? Better not play that, considering I've just come back from a strike. All right, hang on. Thank you, Albert Billy, mate. Right, bugger it. Thank you very much, guys. I'll see you all. If not later today, I'll see you tomorrow.